righty, good morning everyone. It is 8:30. It is August the 17th and I will bring the meeting to order. We have an agenda before us. Is there any additions or deletions to that agenda? Seeing not. Councillor Christie.
If not, I'll move the agenda as presented.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We've pre-circulated the regular council meeting minutes of July the 20th. Are there any errors, omissions, corrections? Councillor King.
I'll make the motion to accept the July 20th regular meeting minutes as presented.
All righty, we have a motion to approve the regular council meeting minutes of July 20th as presented. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Okay, we are going to start the meeting off today with a presentation from Community Futures Wildrose. I do believe you are Skyping in. Video conferencing in.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having us. Wendy is going to take over for us here.
Okay, just before we get started here, I take it you can see us on screen, so we'll introduce ourselves. And starting from my far right.
Good morning, ladies. Wade Christie.
Debbie Penner.
Good morning, Jerry Whitstock.
Good morning, Faye McGee.
Glenn Keever.
Good morning, Ken King.
And joining us today is our CAO, Mr. Mike Hogan, and our Economic Development Officer, Jacqueline Buchanan. If you could introduce yourselves and then start the presentation, that would be very good.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chantel Sangster. I am the Executive Director at Community Futures Wildrose.
I have no sound.
Oh, you can't hear us?
You're good, Wendy. We can hear you.
Everybody can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Wendy.
Yep. We can hear you fine, Wendy. I'm just wondering if there's something on your computer settings that could be off.
Hello?
Hello, hello. Test, test.
Good morning.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, I can barely hear. Here, just one moment. We're just adjusting. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
There we go. I can hear you now. Sorry, my computer is not working with me this morning, so I'm just in Chantel's office. All right, so I understand you have the presentation up there. So Chantel, I'll need it open here. Because that's where the notes are. Do you have that link?
Yes.
One moment, I have to set Chantel's computer up with the presentation. Perfect. Just use this. I'm just gonna be winging it because I don't have the notes. They're in the Canva link. It's okay. I got it. All right. So thank you for joining me this morning. I apologize for that technological error. So good morning, and I'm Wendy Gerbrandt, and I'm the Community Economic Development Officer here at Community Futures Wildrose. And with me, I think you've all met Chantel Sangster. She's our Executive Director here at the office. So thank you for having me to present the Community Business Investment Partnership Program that we've recently launched to form partnerships between ourselves, our municipalities, and the businesses that are within your community. So we can flip to the next slide. So CBIP, we've acronymed it CBIP. It's the Community Business Investment Partnership, and it's a collaborative initiative to provide an opportunity for municipalities to invest directly into their business community. And it supports our economic development, expansion, and retention efforts. Municipalities, essentially, as they form this partnership with Community Futures, will provide their businesses with an interest-free loan in the principal amount of up to $10,000. The term of the loan is over a 3-year period, and we're offering it at a 5% rate. At the close of the 3-year term, the municipality then reimburses the businesses back the cost of the interest once the loan has been paid in full and CF has advised the municipality that it is paid in full. And I will go in further detail in a future slide that explains the amortization rates for that. Municipalities then, once you've decided that this is a great opportunity to participate in with CF to support and it aligns with your economic development initiatives, you as a municipality then establish the budget you wish to allocate to this partnership arrangement. Once that is established, we will work with a contract to form all of the guidelines that you may wish to follow or alter within your municipality to meet the goals and objectives that you are trying to receive. Once those are formulated, we will create some marketing and we will communicate that out to the businesses in conjunction with yourselves to entice the enrollment and participation into the program. We can flip to the next slide, please. The objectives of the program are, one, from a community perspective, is a way for municipalities to show support to their local business owners and expressing gratitude for what they contribute to the community. The second objective is investment. So this program allows for businesses to invest into their business and explore some potential options, to help them be a long-term fixture and operational business within their community. For the business, accepted applicants will have funds available now to upgrade the appearance and functionality of their business with a goal of increasing their sales and long-term growth. And ultimately, it is to develop those partnerships within our community. So it's a support network for businesses through the collaboration of CF Wildrose and the municipality. Next slide, please. So how does CBIP work? Well, we've made this process as easy as we can. So the first step is, once we have formulated the partnership, is we just promote through the process of an application form that the businesses will apply for. As I indicated earlier, they can apply for up to $10,000 over a 3-year term. CFWR will present or will pre-screen all the applications. So once those applications are submitted into our office, we then review the application to make sure that it meets all the requirements. And we then engage with the municipality, and you guys will ultimately have the final say on whether or not this is a project that you want to support with that business. And on completion, once the loan is paid in full, we then advise the municipality of the status of the loan. And at that point, the municipality will then release an interest reimbursement directly back to the business. And we will provide a full amortization schedule of that specific loan, so you know what the specific amount is to reimburse. And the ultimate benefit is that businesses then are valued in their community and they're thriving. And when one business is doing well, it engages others to follow and do well along with them. And those partnerships amongst the businesses and the municipalities are formed. And the next slide, please. behind?
No, she's.
There we go. Okay. So CFWR, what we will provide is the access to the capital for each and every one of these loans that is approved. We will dispense it in accordance with the eligibility and availability of the funds that have been allocated by the municipality within their budget. And we will also provide any annual reports provided back to the municipality just to share the outcomes and the progress made within the partnership. As well, we will be collecting all of the monthly loan payments, and we will be conducting regular project reviews. And we will also develop, in conjunction with the municipality, a marketing plan that is beneficial to both partners. And CFWR will provide those supports in developing the marketing materials and execute the plan. So we'll work together on developing a proper marketing plan that boasts both the municipality, Kneehill County, and ourselves, and we'll work on a budget that fits both of our needs. The next slide, please. On the loan interest, I just thought I'd go in more as to what this cost is to the municipality. So as I indicated, the municipality pays direct to the business at the end of the 3-year term, or earlier if they choose to pay it off earlier. The municipality establishes that budget to offset the interest costs, and if they take out the full $10,000 over that 3 years, a loan in interest will cost $789.54. So that's if they take that full 3 years to pay the $10,000. And as I indicated before, the other cost to the municipality will be the marketing that we choose, between CFWR and yourselves, and we would look to share those marketing and promotional costs. And I would say the average marketing budget, we'd probably be looking into $200 to $300 a year, just depending if there's any print costs associated with that. The next slide, please. So the outcomes of the program are illustrated here. So one of them is our community, and it shows local businesses that their community has their back by working with them to secure these interest-free loans. So it's just building and formulating that partnership. Commerce, it's strengthening our businesses. It's anywhere from the beautification aspects to adding and enhancing technologies that they may need to remain competitive in our marketplaces. It could be interior improvements as well. In the past, we've just done exterior improvements, so we're looking at incorporating some interior improvements that need to be done within the businesses, and as well as that technology aspect. So it could be point of purchase terminals that they may need. Maybe they need to refresh a website. Maybe they need an e-commerce platform, so the technology can cover a wide variety of needs that the businesses are requiring. So obviously, the more businesses that we can help and work into this program, the more that our local economies benefit. And for our future, we want these businesses here to remain here in the long term. And therefore, through this program, it allows them to remain competitive and contribute to the economy. The next slide. Oh, I guess we're at questions. So if you have any questions on the program, we're happy to answer them at this time, and Chantel will jump in here as well as needed.
Yes, we have a question from Councillor Christie.
Curiosity, you've got a number for the interest cost at the end of 3 years. What is the fixed rate? And I appreciate the program because of the assistance in marketing and promotion of the business, not just the facade at the front, but getting people out in front and center of their business that they're promoting.
So we are offering this at a rate of 5%.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does council have any other questions for Wendy? Ms. Buchanan, have anything to add?
Thank you, ladies. I do have one quick question. Can you give us an example of businesses you anticipate would apply for a program like this? Types of businesses.
Typically Main Street type businesses, especially when we're looking at trying like that beautification aspect. I can see that being one aspect, but we also see some potential here with farms, especially as you guys are a county. And we see the opportunity where maybe, as an example, some farms, maybe they go to a farmer's market and they need to have some e-commerce platforms that would be really helpful for them, or point of sales. A lot of them are still doing a cash-based point of sale purchase. So I think that I can see as a big offering and potential. Also for just online presence, getting their websites online and refreshed. We also are beginning to see a need for home offices, right? So maybe some people within the county are working from home and they need a space where they can bring to make business transactions right to their location. So that's also an opportunity for the county to consider. In the past, we've really done these with towns. So we've seen a lot more directed at beautification to exterior improvements, but that was how our program was initially developed. And with the aspects of technology, it gives them that ability to pivot their business and open up new doors for commerce and trade.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Perfect. All right. So essentially, as our councillors will see today, later in the agenda, the question will be raised whether or not council wants to proceed with this program. If council does have a desire to look into it further, then essentially what our next steps are is we'll bring it back to council, and then we'll with the policies that would be associated with it, so council could review and revise those policies.
Okay, today,
Excellent. Thank you.
yes,
Thank you very much for your time today.
just one question before you sign off. To date, has anyone from the county been involved or looking to be involved? I don't know if you would know that, Wendy, but
Looking to be involved in terms of promoting or
participating in this
acquiring a loan.
program. Participating in the program.
Participant, not that we're aware of. We haven't had, have we had any? No, but they don't know about it either.
Right. We would say no at this point, but we also, because we've really just launched this, there wouldn't be many that are aware of it. So no, we don't believe so.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Chantel, for providing us information. And we will be looking at this further into our agenda.
Great. Thank you very much and have a great rest of your meeting.
Yes, and you guys too.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, our next agenda item will be, am I correct on being 5.1.1 redesignation? And I guess we'll just wait for the development officer too, or should we skip ahead to the next item? All right, thank you, Mr. Hogan. Yep. Sure. Should we move on, Mr. Hogan?
Yes, I'd suggest we can do that.
All righty. We will come back to, the redesignation of bylaw 1844 later in the meeting. Our next agenda item, 5.2, water wastewater, Three Hills East connection. Uh-oh,
We can
skip that one too? Okay, let's go to 5.3.1, agriculture disaster declaration. Welcome, Shelby.
Good morning, Reeve Council. Okay. So the item I have for you today is 5.3.1, and that's an agricultural disaster declaration. So a little bit of background on this. This item's been brought forward by Reeve Whitstock and Councillor King, and the information's been collected by and prepared by administration following the RMA guide. So based on the impact of environmental conditions on the state of agriculture in Kneehill County, information's been prepared for council discussion regarding a declaration of agricultural disaster. So discussion on this, the 2021 season has yielded very challenging environmental conditions in the region, with a lack of seasonal rain and a prolonged heat wave in June and July that have led to prolonged drought conditions and impacts on sources of feed and crop yields in Kneehill County. So the Alberta crop report conditions from July 27th show all crops in the central region listed as 16.1% in good to excellent condition, and that's compared to the 5-year average of 75.1%. So moisture conditions have been severely dry across most of the county, and they do vary by region, with some areas experiencing less than 1 in 50 and less than 1 in 100-year dry conditions, and that's according to provincial moisture data. So the rural municipalities of Alberta has developed a guide for declaring municipal agricultural disasters in Alberta, and that's the guide that administration has followed to gather the information that's in the accompanying presentation that I have for you today. As of August 5th, 2021, 25 rural municipalities across Alberta have declared an agricultural disaster. And I should note that since this RFD was prepared, that number has increased. And that list now includes Stettler County, County of Newell, MD of Tabor, MD of Smoky River, MD of Peace, and County of Northern Lights. From the RMA guide, municipal declarations of agricultural disasters do not automatically trigger access to increased funding programs provincially or federally. However, declaring municipal agricultural disasters may serve as indicators for province-wide declarations and can bring awareness to challenges facing agriculture in specific areas of the province. And the council options that we have listed, they are: number one, that council directs administration to continue monitoring conditions according to the RMA guide for declaring municipal agricultural disasters in Alberta; or two, that council directs administration to move forward with declaring agricultural disaster for Kneehill County, and then preparing those, the follow-up actions with that would be preparing the pertinent communications and correspondence related to declaring agricultural disaster. So I do have a short presentation for you to provide more detailed information. So that's that PDF. Awesome. Great. So do you want to just, can I, oh, I can open that. Or do you want to just click through? Okay, excellent. Awesome, thank you. Okay. So this presentation is fairly short, but here's an overview of it. So first I'll talk about the key questions that administration has addressed from the RMA guide to declaring municipal agricultural disaster that we followed in preparing the info for this presentation. Then I'll touch on the Alberta crop report information and the Alberta moisture conditions maps that I've included, and then I'll just end with a summary. Next slide. So the first question that's outlined in the RMA guide is, does the state of agricultural disaster cover the entire area or just a region within the municipality? So we did reach out to producers at the local level just to gather that local data in addition to the provincial regional data that's provided. So from the comments we received from producers as well as from the moisture data, it does vary by area. However, we did hear from producers across all parts of the county who have been impacted by these drought conditions. So the local data would indicate that areas across the entire county have been impacted to varying degrees. So next question is, does the agricultural disaster cover all agriculture in the municipality or only certain commodity products? And as indicated in the provincial crop report data for the region, as well as hearing from local producers across the board, all commodities have been impacted. The next question is, has the municipality used AFSC data and municipal data for the local area to assess the level of impact being experienced? And the answer to this is yes. The Alberta crop report information that we receive is compiled using data from AFSC, as well as from agricultural fieldmen, and Kneehill County Ag Services contributes to these biweekly crop reports. So with regard to this question, this next question, we approached this by contacting producers across the county to get a local level picture of how producers were being impacted by conditions. And we heard from producers across all areas of the county, and the comments back were that there were impacts across the board on crops, pasture, and hayland conditions. And from across the county, we heard from producers who have seen impacts on yield due to their average, and this is all in line with a provincial crop report data for the central region that shows all crops at only 16.1% in good to excellent condition on July 27th, and then with the August 10th crop report showing only 13.9% in good to excellent condition. And the hard copy of that August 10th report has been provided for council, and that's also available online on the Alberta Agriculture and Forestry website. So the next question in the RMA guide is, does the municipality have data to support this decision? And the answer to that is yes. Should the decision be to declare, there is data in place that would support that with the provincial moisture maps, provincial crop reports, and information from producers indicating that impacts are being experienced across the county. Okay. So the next couple of slides are just some highlights on the key information related to the central region in those crop reports. So on this slide, it just highlights from the July 27th crop report. So there was a decrease from 15.9% of all crops being rated in good to excellent condition on the July 13th crop report down to 16.1 in the July 27th crop report. And also in that report is noted that there were the extreme hot and dry conditions noted, and that did impact, of course, some of Kneehill County. So the next slide shows the most updated information. So that's that hard copy that's been provided there. And there was another decrease from the July 27th crop report. It's down to 13.9% of all crops being rated in good to excellent condition. And then other key points related to the central region were that pastures are becoming depleted and surface soil moisture is variable, with 44% being rated as poor. So the next few slides here, we've included some maps. And then are you able to just zoom in a little? Perfect, okay. So on these maps, Kneehill County is located just under where it says central on the map for all of them. Yeah, you can see that. So it is variable, as I said previously, by different areas of the county, but you can see that it varies from that less than 1 in 6 year dry conditions, and then portions of the county are experiencing that 1 in 50 to 1 in 100 year dry conditions. And this is a standardized precipitation index map for 365 days of precipitation. Okay, and next map, please, or next slide. Excellent. So the next couple maps are soil moisture reserves relative to the normal. And this one, I believe, is the spring wheat soil moisture. So again, and then it's just under the central there. So again, seeing variability across the county here, and we do have small portions that are the near normal, but then decreasing down to that moderately low and low conditions as well, and then up to extremely low and driest also that are captured. Then the following map is for pasture soil moisture. And then again, so we do have near normal in some parts of the county, but then also that moderately low and low as well. So again, some normal areas on those moisture maps, but it does vary across the county, and then those maps form part of the overall picture along with the other provincial data, and then that the local information as well. So in summary, drought conditions have been impacting agricultural operations across Kneehill County. Local data supports that regional crop report and moisture data that we've collected from those provincial resources, and environmental conditions have impacted all commodities based on that local and regional data. That concludes my presentation on that.
Thank you, Shelby. Are there any questions from council for the Ag Service Department? Councillor King.
You showed the moisture for pasture map. Is that based on weather station data, or is that actual soil probe data?
I believe that is weather station data, and that's all mapping data, I believe, but it does say on that map. Yeah.
I guess the reason that I'm asking that is I know that some of the weather stations that they're using to gauge moisture within our region are really inappropriate for actual measurement of moisture within our pasture conditions, particularly in the south east part of our municipality. The weather station placement is relatively poor, and so producers are actually seeing much larger impacts than what's being indicated by that map. And so in my conversations with producers throughout the municipality, the indication to me is, one is that there is no pasture left, and if there is pasture, there's no water, and so they're really struggling in terms of managing cow herds and obtaining feed and so on. So I'm not happy with, I recognize that's how they're building that map, but I'm not happy with the end result of what it's saying there.
Go ahead, Councillor Penner.
I agree 100% with Councillor King. I live in that area, and yeah, it's not green. And using the state is Bicycle, Drumheller, Three Hills, O'Moran, that's where they are. And there's a big gap in the middle there, and we have not had precipitation like the north in the moderate to low. We're way below that. So to me, this map is not correct.
I would agree.
Yes.
I don't see anything green at our house, and we're kind of right there in the green area, so. Councillor Kiever.
The sad part of these declarations is, though, it's gonna hit the news, and it's gonna be, oh, woe begone the green farmer, and we're gonna completely forget the livestock sector again. Not completely forget it, but it's gonna have very little weight compared to the poor grain farmer. And somehow or another, we've got to get it out there that the creeks have quit running, the grass is dead, and these cows need fed. You know, I mean, you won't see a picture of the cows hanging over the fence looking for something to eat.
Councillor King.
Yeah, just in response to Councillor Kiever, one of the reasons I brought this forward to the Reeve initially is my concern for the livestock producers. I think they're in more trouble than our grain producers. Our grain producers are definitely going to be in problems this year, but our livestock guys, particularly the cow-calf and the feedlot guys, are in serious difficulty. And I think the onus is on us as a municipality to recognize that. And although this maybe doesn't have a huge impact in terms of federal or provincial response to our declaring an ag disaster, I think it does acknowledge to our producers that as a municipality, we recognize that there is trouble. And I would be very sad if we didn't have an emphasis on the livestock guys, particularly the cattle producers.
Councillor Penner.
Furthermore to that, the one thing that's really affecting us is the water. And a lot of us rely on the Ghost Pine, the Three Hills, and the Kneehill creeks, and they have virtually stopped running in certain areas. So there's multiple pastures that rely on that water. So I think going forward, there may be a request to the government to maybe release some of the Bigelow if it's able to be, depending on the water levels, things like that. Like we were able to put some of our crop up for feed that wasn't worth combining, but we have no water, and that is the biggest issue this year. And compared to droughts 20 years ago, we had water, we had Great Spring, but we have been out of water for a long time, a very low amount of water.
Other than today, our grasslands have basically seen no rain since, I don't know when, June? But regardless of, it takes a while for that water level or for that land to become productive again. I don't see where this green is supposed to actually be in Kneehill County, but regardless of it is, I think we're drier than what that shows. And I know even the silage crops, the ones that were actually seeded to become an office silage, were producing between 2.5, 3 ton an acre, the odd one maybe a smidgen over. But the stuff that was written off and went into silage was 2 tons or less per acre. That puts a lot of strain on our cattle producers. And I mean, you gotta take off a heck of a pile of acres if you're only getting 2 ton an acre. And I know the hay crops were not great, and that shows in the costs of feed. I was talking to some of the people here last Friday from our Central Zone Directors meeting, and hay prices are 13 cents a pound. The question was asked, is that the asking price? And he said, no, that is actually what I'm getting. So that puts it at $260 a ton. Tough to find, to boot. So I would be in full agreement in declaring an agricultural disaster in Kneehill County. Are there any other comments? Deputy Reeve McGee.
Yeah, I would be in favor as well, and I want to emphasize how this map doesn't work for the information we have, and we need to, if we need to justify this, we need to find a different way to look at the moisture levels. So I see that very tip corner where Division 1 kind of meets the borders there is dark green to moderately high, which is extremely inaccurate. That it is not moderately high. They're getting 5 bushels to the acre of barley. That's not accurate.
No. And through the Reeve to that, to your comment, Councillor McGee as well, while the RMA guide does recommend including the provincial map data, that is, it does recommend contacting local producers, which is why that was important for administration to reach out to local producers. And in fact, yes, that is what, we're hearing those poor pasture conditions across the entire county, little to no regrowth, low first cuts, no second cuts, just dry conditions across. So that was important to capture that local data on the ground in addition to this, because though those maps may show that, that may not necessarily be what our producers are experiencing.
Councillor Penner?
Are we able to have some discussions or something with AFSC to get more weather stations out there? Because we take out lack of moisture insurances and whatnot else, and there was a zero payout this year because there's one in Drumheller and there's one in Three Hills, and they got the rain. So I'm just wondering, is there any way that we can be in discussion with AFSC to get more weather stations for times like this?
Through the Reeve, to your question, Councillor Penner, I don't have the answer to that at this moment, but I can certainly look into finding more information on that.
Councillor King?
I guess just a last comment. One of the things that's really critical on the hay side and on the pasture side is moisture reserves going in, correct? And even though Three Hills and Drumheller might have got rain in season, we went in with a moisture deficit to begin with. And so sometimes no matter how much rain you get in season, you just can't make up for that lack of start that happened in the springtime. So like, from my point of view, there are some pastures out there that possibly could get some additional use, but like you said, Councillor Penner, there is no water. And so farmers are starting to bring livestock home and beginning to feed at home because that's where they have water. But then that puts pressure on the winter feed supplies and puts pressure on how do you get feed to them at home. So I really think that we need to emphasize that there's two sides to this equation, and one of the big parts of the equation that we are concerned about is the livestock side. And we also need to acknowledge our crops producing guys as well. And there are areas in our district that are going to get, I'm going to use the word better than maybe some of their neighbors' yields, but that doesn't mean they're getting what they are accustomed to. And so I think to declare an ag disaster for Kneehill County is a reasonable thing to do, because really that's what we are in. So I think that's my last comment.
Councillor Christie.
There was a short questionnaire from Damian Couric's office about 3 weeks ago that I responded to and indicated that our grain industry was going to suffer, but our livestock industry was extremely in a difficult position. At that time, there was really no financial number tied to what his response would be, but for sure we're well below average in our area, and it's going to be a difficult winter.
I've always been adverse to the way that AFSC determines moisture conditions in pasture, because they do not check pastures for moisture conditions. They check the stubble field adjacent to the Three Hills Airport. Well, if you're going to look at the deficiency in moisture in pastures, where do you check? Pastures. And I think that's where we're running into this issue of no payout, because they seem to believe that there was moisture available in the spring, which there was a little bit, but not nearly as much as what it showed on the stubble fields. So I think the process, or the way they check it is erroneous. So, but that's not up to us to decide how they check it. Councillor King.
It's not an additional comment. I'm just going to make the motion that we direct administration to move forward with declaring an agricultural disaster for Kneehill County.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us to declare an ag disaster for Kneehill County. Is there any discussion to that motion? Deputy Reeve McGee.
Shelby, I just wanted to also ask you, do you have enough anecdotal information from local producers in various areas like we emphasized, or should we be asking you to maybe enlarge that amount, that data collection?
Through the Reeve, to your question, Councillor McGee, I do believe that we have enough data because the RMA guide just asks if the impacts being experienced are widespread. So we were able to hear from producers across the county that were experiencing those similar levels of impacts. So severe impacts to yields, and then as well severe impacts to pasture conditions.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing as not, we do have a motion before us. Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to come up on screen. Is that the way you would like the motion to read, Councillor King?
Sure, I'm quite all right with that. I think that's what we need to do, is we need to move forward and just get her done.
All righty. Okay, so we have a motion before us. Is there any other discussion? Councillor King?
So my only question would be then is, in our communication of that, we are going to emphasize both livestock heavily and the crop side.
Absolutely, yes. Through the reeve to that, Councillor King, because we have indicated and we've heard that all commodities across the board have been impacted, of course, yes, that would be livestock and croplands as well, yes.
Okay, thank you. If there is no other discussion, I will call the question. And the motion reads, Councillor King moved the council declare an agricultural disaster in Kneehill County. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Councillor Christie?
Going from Debbie's comments, is there reasonable to ask that whoever's supervising the Bigelow Dam to maybe look at letting some water go, or is that something that we need to come from the council or administration?
Any comments to that, Mr. Hogan?
That's an item that administration can follow up on. I don't believe that requires a council motion from some of the things we've looked at, but we can confirm that. But I believe that's a query that administration can make.
Okay. All right, well, that takes care of 5.3.1. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir.
Councillor Penner.
Just while we have Shelby here with the Ag Service Board and the parks, just wanted to mention, I did notice the mowers are out there. With being kosher was a big issue this year with dry conditions and whatnot else, and some very positive feedback. Of course, they can't get to as many kilometers or miles as people would like them to, but I have noticed that they are out and about.
Yes, thank you. Our roadside mowing contractor has begun, and we'd ask them to start in the south, just where we have noticed that kochia becoming very prominent this year for sure.
Councillor Penner.
And going forward, I think we will be having discussions at the Ag Service Board and whatnot else to the frequency going forward here with spraying and mowing and things like that, being that this year it's been unreal. So there'll be a lot of seeding done. So just to let the ratepayers know that it will be hopefully brought up on our agenda at, I'll bring it forward, a recommendation that we do some more discussion for future years.
Councillor King.
I guess I'm going to support that sentiment. In my travels throughout the county, our roadside weed populations and sort of the encroachment on our gravel has been getting worse. And so any discussion that can be held within Ag Service Board and within council to move that agenda forward to provide possibly more money and more resources to look after that, I think that's going to be important going forward.
Absolutely, I can prepare some different options for the next Ag Service Board meeting and for that discussion.
Thank you, Shelby. Okay, we will now move back to agenda item 5.1.1, Bylaw 1844. Welcome, Ms. Brandy Hay Morgan. And anytime you're ready.
It's a different chair I get to sit in today. Anyways, this is for to set the public hearing in the first reading. Michael and Rochelle Daniels have applied to redesignate a portion of the Northeast 213326 Plan 1412515, Block 2, Lot 1, from the Agricultural District to the Light Industrial District. Recent amendments to the Land Use Bylaw 1808 have included requirements for microcultivation and microprocessing as a permitted use in the Light Industrial District. Applications for cannabis microcultivation and cannabis microprocessing are required to redesignate their property or a portion of to the Light Industrial District. The purpose of the Light Industrial District is to provide for the development of land use is under the individually unique circumstances requiring site-specific controls, where the application of conventional land use districts would be inappropriate or inadequate. The Billy Goat Farms is the company formed by Michael and Rochelle Daniels. They are proposing to open a cannabis micro cultivation and add microprocessing to the future in the facility in the future. The applicants will be constructing a new shop to house the business located on the property. The site will have a fence that will meet the Health Canada requirements, and they've started the process in applying for their micro cultivation with Health Canada. They intend to grow cannabis plants and sell the bulk dried flower to other licensed producers. The applicants intend to build the building to resemble the others on site, and they are working with Health Canada. So.
Do we have some pictures?
We don't have anything because this is still for the
Okay,
set the public hearing and first reading. So.
all right. Is there any questions from council to the planning? Yes, Councillor Christie.
I guess I'm asking timeline between the federal government licensing and this permit. This permit has to be involved before the licensing happens?
That is correct. They kind of go hand in hand. Like the one we did previous a couple years ago, they had to have proof that they had applied and obtained their permit from us in order to check off that box with Health Canada. So we kind of come before the Health Canada license.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Excuse me. So this is a recreational marijuana production, or this is?
No, this they would be selling to other distributors. So they would be the only individuals involved, and it would just be the micro cultivation and in the future micro processing. But initially they're just planning to cultivate and then sell to a distributor privately.
Okay.
So.
Councillor King.
Just a comment, this is a unique process. This is one of the ones that's actually going to go through the permitting, and we'll actually know they exist, as opposed to a lot of the others that are out there that are just.
Well, yeah, we do have the other one that went through their micro cultivation, and they did get their license in the end, but it's now just they're folding. They aren't, so this will be our only one now with micro.
The only one we know of.
Yes, that's correct.
No, the only one we've permitted,
Okay.
if that happens.
Technicalities. Did you have something? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I would like to move first reading of proposed bylaw 1844 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating a portion of the northeast 213326 west of 4, Plan 1412515, Block 2, Lot 1 from Agriculture District to Light Industrial.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us as appears on screen. You did a fine job of reading it, so I'm not going to do that. Is there any discussion to that motion at this time? Seeing as not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. We have one more to set the public hearing. One more motion. Anyone? Councillor King.
So then I'd make the motion that we move to schedule the public hearing as per section 230 and 692 of the Municipal Government Act to be held on September 14th, 2021 at 10 a.m.
All righty, we have a motion to set a public hearing September 14th, 2021 at 10 a.m. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Ms. A. Morgan. Okay, our next agenda item, 5.2.1, Three Hills East Water Connection. Mr. Hogan, you're taking this one.
I am.
Anytime you're ready.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, this item is a continuation of a previous item discussed by council, and that's regarding what we're calling for now the Three Hills East Water System. Again, this is I was going to say proposed system, but we're not even at that point yet. In previous discussion, council had identified some options that they wanted administration to look into. As part of that discussion, we did alert council to the idea that some of those options would require us to do some engineering work, and that, of course, would require some funding. So we're back in front of you with a follow-up to that, asking council for some authorization to do some engineering, some high-level desktop stuff, putting some more accurate costs together, doing some site reconnaissance, those sorts of activities, all leading towards having some data points that we can start administratively to build business cases and actually attach meaningful dollar values to the options when we bring them back to council, either separately or as part of a budget process or just even as part of a discussion, given various funding strategies and stuff like that. But this would be the foundation of putting that material together to bring back to council at a later time. And we do feel that we have room in the operating budget, and we're just looking for council to give us some approval to engage in the project.
Any questions for Mr. Hogan? Is this study going to give us an option on where we're purchase or where we're going to get the water from? Are we looking in one specific direction or at two, or what is your thoughts?
We have some options, so it will look at which of those options might make the most sense. Again, this will be a high-level one, but we won't be able to pinpoint a singular option at this time. We do have, as council's aware, the ability to come north from the Aqua 7 line. The town does have a raw water line that runs in, I shouldn't say raw water, the town has a water line that runs in the general area as well. But again, we don't even know if that's available to us to tap into, given capacity and flow pressure and all that other stuff that comes with this. So there are a couple of things that it will need to look at in order to ascertain what actual dollar figures we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. Councillor King.
So basically, if we prepare this feasibility report, we're going to end up with kind of the outside fences of the possible 4 options that we talked about and some rough idea of what we might be looking at in terms of dollars and cents.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to you, Councillor King, in short, yes. What this really does is this isn't going to give us the whole picture, but it's going to give us the foundation point that we can start building the whole picture from. This is looking at what some of the costs will be for some of those different, I shouldn't say not necessarily even all of the options. Some of the delivery options, we're not going to have the engineers put that together. But when we're talking about building a reservoir or running water lines or that's the stuff we need to build a meaningful piece of data that we can bring back to council for you guys to base a decision on. When we get this information administratively, we're going to need to add to it in terms of if we build a whole new water system, does that mean that we need another water operator? Does that mean, what are we looking at for the revenues coming back on utilities? There's a whole business case to attach to it, right? But the business case and stuff like this is not anticipated to be part of, there's stuff that we're going to have to add to this once we get it back.
Councillor King.
So really, we're looking at the 2 water system options, not the delivery options. That's what we're asking them to look at. And this is just going to take us one further step forward in terms of potentially trying to answer the question that's being asked by the ratepayers that are in those areas that were proposed for water east of Three Hills.
That's correct. Again, through you, Mr. Reeve, this gives us the ability to really, we've given you guys estimates based on past projects and things on what a couple of those options might take. This will get a bit more into depth in terms of what a possible location is, what a possible pipeline routing might be, those sorts of items. Beyond this, though, once the business case is built and that comes back to council, you're still going to be faced with a number of discussions in terms of what you're willing to take on and what you're not. We don't have a water system that is break even or making money. And that's not to say you can't do it. It's just making the decision knowing what the impacts are. When we look at, in order to put that number together, though, to show you that impact, we need the starting point and some good data numbers. Beyond that, council is going to have the discussion of whatever option you go is if there is a cash outlay. As we've said before, there's no funding strategy currently in place for this project. So it does enter the fray, competing against all of other council's priorities, and you as council will have to decide where it ranks in that listing, and then figure out where we're going to fund it from. So administratively, we are doing some back-end work. Council does have a water reserve set up. However, that reserve is likely larger than it. We're digging through some historical stuff, and there's parts of that reserve that probably should be elsewhere, given how other water systems were funded. So we're digging through that history, but there's an entire discussion there around how a project like this would even be funded. Because depending on the option council goes with, that cost is not, that cost may be small, it may not be small at all if you go with the full-fledged one. And that would, council's aware of the county's financial, the trending and the pressures that we're being faced with, so it would all tie into the discussion.
Councillor King.
I think that sort of to continue to honor the requests that came from that area regarding water and the potential of having that happen, I think it's reasonable that we would consider going ahead with some kind of feasibility study, because otherwise we don't have any information on which to base a decision. So I know we can have further discussion, but to facilitate that, I'm going to make the motion that we do direct administration to pursue the Three Hills East Water Feasibility Study as per the proposal from the consultant with funding from the 2021 operating budget as a special project.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? That's printed on screen. Councillor King.
Mike, just give me the information again. You did say we had room in the 2021 budget. Felt there was room there to provide that 27.
Yes, so for the amount of money that we're talking about, we feel we can fit that in without increasing any budget requests.
Is there any further discussion to this motion? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I just wanted to ask, I worry about spending that kind of money for something we might not follow through with. And so are there any ways to know whether we could have some money feasible if we chose any one of the options before we do that? Or is that still has to have a feasible study before we even look at the money situation?
Mr. Hogan.
If I understand the question correctly, Councillor McGee, we're really, without doing this, we're really not in a point where, I shouldn't say it that way. Without doing this, essentially, if the project moves forward, it moves forward with a bit blindly. And where I'm going with that is that if we're, part of that, I didn't mention it specifically, but part of the discussion that's upcoming as well is if council decides to go forward with an option, and I'm specifically talking about a reservoir or a water line system. The delivery one is kind of not related to this yet. But if council decides to go forward with that type of option, part of that discussion is going to be what is the requirement that you're going to need from residents. And so in order to build, say, hey, it's going to cost $10,000 to connect, or it's going to cost $25,000 to connect, or whatever that's going to be, is we need some of the foundational data to put that together, because council's going to have to kind of have an idea of what that's going to be, so that when we re-engage with residents, because you may find that at a free connection point, you might get a lot of people connecting. At a $25,000 connection price, you might not get anybody connecting. And I'm not saying that's the case out there. I'm just saying that's part of the discussion point, right? is that people are going to need to know when they tell us that, yes, we want this or we don't. It's a different discussion for a lot of people depending on the dollar amount.
Thank you.
Councillor King.
I'm just going to take off on something that Deputy Reeve McGee mentioned. Was there interest on council's part to look at that sort of limited distribution system, or were we just specifically, I mean, maybe there's an opportunity to save some money if we only studied one of those two options that we had left on the table. And so I guess my question was, there was the sort of the full distribution system that we had talked about, and then there was that limited distribution to the ones who had just indicated interest. So if we do a feasibility study looking at both of those, that costs more money than if we looked at one or the other. And so I guess just following up on what you said, Deputy Reeve, maybe there is room for us to have a little bit of a discussion about and give our administration more direction in terms of, are we going to take one of those options off the table, or do we want to leave them both on at this time?
From what I remember of the last meeting, we did take option B off, and I do believe option B was that limited. Go ahead, Councillor, Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Reeve, that's administration's understanding from the motion as well. So you're looking at either a full-blown system, or you're looking at just the reservoir, which would act as a bulk point where we'd have the reservoir, but individuals would be responsible for getting water from the reservoir to their individual properties. But the limited system was already removed.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Councillor Christie.
I don't like spending money on the feasibility study, but I also don't like making decisions without enough information. So I think the information from that study would be invaluable long-term. So I think we don't have a choice but to follow that. And we can't make a decision without accurate numbers. So that's where we're at.
Well, what we're looking at is a very, very high level. But we have to start someplace, and that's where you start. Is there any other discussion to that motion? Okay. So we have a motion before us to direct administration to pursue the Three Hills East Water Feasibility Study as per the proposal from the consultant with funding from 2021 operating budgets as a special project. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Would we like a recess? I see heads nodding. Okay, so I will put us in recess. Be back in 15 minutes or
50 to possibly 40 kilometers an hour. We've rescinded a bunch of bylaws. We used to need a bylaw for everything, including every speed limit, every stop sign, and the bridge limits. Again, part of the bridge limits is that those can change quite quickly, and so we're suggesting that we rescind all those bylaws due to engineering standards being changed for those weight restrictions. So to have it in a bylaw really outdates those bridges. So just going over the sections again. Section 1 is the definitions, so we've added and deleted some definitions for clarity. Section 2 is the authority, so this defines this for administering and enforcing, and you'll see that, again, it says CAO. In the definition of CAO, it is CAO or designate, which allows the CAO to designate other people in the organization to do some of the authority of this. Section 3 is road protection. This details the different damages, obstructions, load securement, tracking of materials on the roads, chemicals, removing products from the roads. This is a big section in regards to enforcement. These are some of the complaints that we do see. People are taking gravel off roadways. The problem with enforcing it is that we don't always see it when it's happening, and so that's a bit of the issue, but we can usually track it to somebody, somebody's yard, so that we can at least have a conversation with them. Weight restrictions and road bans. This authorizes the CAO to impose weight restrictions on roads, bridges, and overweighted vehicles. And this section covers off the rescinded bridge bylaws. Rates of speed is in section 5, 80 kilometers on all county roads unless otherwise posted. Currently it is 50 in hamlets. The requests to go down to 40, our transportation director had quite a few requests, and then we've had a few when we were talking to residents in the hamlets. So I don't know, we never tracked those requests, so it could be 3, it could be 10. We're not totally sure on that. Section 6 is parking. This includes parking signage and recreation vehicle parking and trailer parking. Section 7, stop and yield, authorization to require a stop sign or a yield sign. Again, this was something that was in bylaws before, and so we're just trying to get that so we can update those lists if need be without changing a bylaw. Sidewalks is in section 8, snow and ice removal and the ability to charge for removal. Section 9, agreements and permits. Road use agreements may be made as exceptions to provisions in section 3, which is the weights, and section 10 is off-highway vehicles. The off-highway vehicles was something that was asked for us to put in there by commercial vehicles as well. So just having a conversation with them and RCMP on the off-highway vehicles. And section 11 and 12 is the penalties, and then section 13 and 14 is the rescinded bylaws. Financial implications, we did talk about if the speed does change, there will be some speed signs that would need to be replaced and erected in those hamlets. And but we do have some budget for signage. And council options are to pass the second and third readings of the bylaw, to pass the second reading and give further research for administration. And number 3 is to give further direction to administration on these changes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Grosfield. Are there any comments, discussion? Councillor King.
So I guess I have a couple of questions that I'd like to ask. The first is we talk about somewhat about signage, and I've had some questions in talking with Hamlet residents in Huxley around other signs other than stop, yield, and that relates to playground. So anywhere in this bylaw, does it allow the CAO or designate to indicate areas where we could have an even greater reduced speed limit and allow for things like playgrounds? So in the hamlets, there are playgrounds. In Huxley, it's not signed at all. And there was a request that came to me about that. So I'm just wondering, is there somewhere in here that would allow for that to happen without us having to pass an additional bylaw?
Yes, I believe so. We could also add playgrounds in along with the schools. We do have school signage as well with, we have one school in the county, and so we do have a school zone. So in my opinion, yes, we can put up speed restriction signs. And that's again, just on that list. So the piece, after this, what I'm tasking the peace officers to do is basically give a list so that we have a list of all the different speed limits throughout the entire county. And then that would be, the CIO would take a look at that every year and we can adjust that. Same with putting any, I guess, cautionary speed limits too for any curves or hills. There might be, we might need to renew some of that stuff and take a look at some different areas in regards to curves, and it's the same with playgrounds too. I don't think that would be a problem at all to put in that signage for that reduced speed limit.
Okay, just to continue to ask some other questions. One of the things that's come up in my conversations around the reduction of the speed limit has been speed limits mean nothing if there's no enforcement. And there was a question around frequency of our peace officers and their patrols in the hamlets. And the perception I was getting, at least from the Huxley residents, was that maybe they're not frequent enough or not visible enough within that hamlet. So I'm just wondering, is there a way that those patrols are set and the frequencies and so on?
Yes, we do have, the county is split up into quadrants. And so they do patrols, rural patrols in the quadrants, including in the hamlets at the same time, in the different quadrants. And so they cycle through because we don't want 3 peace officers only in one quadrant. So they do cycle through. We are working on better reporting of those to you, and that's something that we can probably have at the next council meeting for you. We also do some of our staff meetings out there. Our protective services team meets out there underneath that roof of the ball shed, and we do some of our protective services meetings out there as well, just to try to increase that presence out there too. So it's unfortunate, but I can definitely run some reports and let you know how many times we've been out there. I know in the RCMP have been out there 38 times in the last month. So, but we don't have that same tracking app. I guess they just kind of make a note in an app, but it's something that we are working on, is to try to give you some different reporting for sure. And we can definitely do that.
Go ahead, Councillor King.
With your indulgence, Mr. Reeve. And another question that's come up, and it really has nothing to do with this bylaw, so maybe it's inappropriate to ask it right now, but since you're here, one of the comments that I've received a number of times is a question in terms of just how do they access or how do they reach a peace officer if they have if they feel that it's needed. And my response has been to this point that they call the office main line. And so if that's the correct answer, I'm wondering if it's possible for us to maybe make that more publicized or somehow get that information out farther so that more people know that if there's something that they have a particular concern about or are looking for enforcement because they have frequent speeders or whatever, they would call that number. But right now people go, we have no clue. We have peace officers, we have no way of knowing how to get a hold of them. So I'm just, if you could respond to that.
Through the Reeve, yes, they would call the office for a peace officer. During the summer, they do have shifts that, there's 3 different shifts that they cover right now. And so it's from 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock at night. And so they would call the office. Anything after hours goes to me right now. And then I would, like after hours, as in 4:30 when the office closes, then I would take that call. And then see if there's a peace officer on. I think some of the misperception that people have is that peace officers will do criminal stuff. And that's not always, of course, they don't do criminal code. And so that's just part of the education piece when we talk about peace officers. And I would say anything safety-wise, they can always call RCMP. We have 3 peace officers in a large county, so we can't always get there when people are speeding through. it's by chance that we find speeders a lot of the times because we just can't be everywhere at once. But for sure, they can definitely call the office during normal working hours, and even after hours, we still have that after hours call, and it just gets to me. And then I dispatch out the peace officers right now. We're talking about possibly having like an on-call phone, but I don't know if that would be a public number or not. I'm not sure. We're just kind of working through that right now.
Okay, well, I know that's a question that's been asked, so maybe we just need to somehow on our website or otherwise make it people aware of the fact that that's the number to call. I know I've had ratepayers call me and say, you know, on the Range Road, blah, 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 where I live, there's increased traffic, there's increased speeds that are happening. I know I've called, sent it to Mike, he sent it to you, and then the peace officers have responded, and I've gotten lots of good comments back to say, thanks, they've slowed down or they've gone away, whatever. So people are just looking for, other than calling their counselor to complain, is there another place that they can do that? And so I appreciate that. And then the last thing I have related to this at this point in time is there was a number of questions about farm use of off-highway vehicles on county roads and the level of enforcement that farmers might expect or not expect to see when they're engaged in farm business, and you see them all over the place. Farmers just running down the road in his side by side or on his, his ATV, and they're wondering, based on this new bylaw, is there going to be increased enforcement of that? And so, just a question.
Through the Reeve, we tried to make it as agriculture friendly as we could. So when I went through and reread the off-highway vehicles, I don't see anything specific that would deter, I guess, agriculture. And I'm not sure exactly, like, no person shall operate an off-highway vehicle on a highway where signs prohibit, right? So that's, like, unless we actually have it posted, they are able to operate an off-highway vehicle. You can't operate one in a park or an open space. And a lot of it was to try to, so that they're not ripping around hamlets. So that it's, a lot of the towns and villages will have bylaws that say you have to take the nearest road out, like the straightest path out of town if you're doing an off-highway vehicle. And that's kind of what we wanted to put in here as well, so that they're not ripping around the hamlets. So I don't see anything in here in regards to agriculture use, like specifically. I think it's 15 kilometers an hour. I don't think, me personally, I don't think agriculture is out there ripping around, you know? I think as long as you're operating the vehicle responsibly, I can't see that it being an issue. But if it is, then let me know.
Councillor Penner.
So when it comes to the hamlet of Swallow, speed wasn't a big issue with the 50. There is a playground sign in the 30. Most of the issues they had with traffic were on the weekends when they were thinking it was outsiders through town. But they said, yeah, there is still locals at speed, but what's made a big difference there is the stop sign at the railway tracks. It slowed everybody down to start with, and then they're not going quite as fast. And there is a police presence in Swallow regularly, not necessarily peace officers, they just said police. I think a lot of it's to do with the dam and a few things. But coming out of the conversation, the biggest issue that they have in Swallow is the amount of grass between the First Street and the railway line and the fire danger. Right now especially, it's been brought to their attention because a lot of them are worried. Because there's some residents that have mowed across the road right to the track to try and eliminate that, but there's a lot in Swallow that is not mowed, and it's just a fire danger. We're just waiting to happen to spark from the train in these conditions. Today's great, but in these conditions. So that was a big issue, the bigger issue than the speed in Swallow. Yes, there was a few that would like to see 30 right through town, and they were ones with little kids, but they said 30, but so that's from Swallow.
I think we would have a real issue with cutting grass on a railroad right-of-line or right-of-way. They're very protective of their right-of-ways.
Through the,
Okay,
sorry.
go ahead.
I was through the Reeve, we could possibly send them a letter though and just ask them if they could do that maintenance. If
Do a
not, then
burn?
that's okay, but we could at least contact them. We actually just talked about this like 5 minutes ago about the trains and possible sparks for fires.
Well, and it has happened numerous times, you know, that it just out of control and gets close to town, so.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to make the motion to approve second reading of bylaw 1800, traffic control as presented.
Okay, we have a motion before us to approve second reading of bylaw 1800. Is there any discussion to that motion? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Penner.
So with bringing that motion forward, you're saying that we should reduce the speed limits in the hamlets from 50 to 40?
Yes.
Councillor King.
Okay, the only comment I would make is I have no problem with second reading, but I'm going to ask council's indulgence to postpone third reading to the next meeting so I can complete my conversations with the residents in Huxley. I'm about 2/3 done. I'd like to let the other third feel that they were at least engaged in that conversation. So I have no problem with second reading, but I certainly ask for your indulgence to postpone third reading.
Okay, so we have a motion before us to approve second reading as presented. Is there any more discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I will call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously.
So would a tabling motion be appropriate, or is that?
I don't, well, if no one makes a motion for third reading, we will bring it back automatically to the next council meeting. So, go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Just through you, Mr. Reid, to follow up on that in a previous question. That's correct. If council moves on to the next bit of business, and this would just appear on the next agenda, so there's no need for a formal tabling motion to deal with this. To an earlier question that was posed is under the authority section of the bylaw, there is section 2.3 that says the CAO is authorized to designate where any traffic control device shall be placed and to arrange for the installation of such devices. And in the definitions, traffic control device means any temporary or permanent sign, signal, marking, or device placed, marked, or erected under the authority of this bylaw for the purpose of regulating, warning, or guiding traffic or governing parking. So essentially what council's doing as part of the bylaw is you're saying rather than every sign coming back to you to make a separate bylaw, you're saying CAO take care of it. Like if we need a sign, put one up. And so when we're looking at when I look at the definitions, my interpretation of that would be if it was a playground zone or a warning or a crosswalk sign or something, you've delegated the authority to me to put that up. From that stems the process that Deb talked about in terms of this needs to be documented somewhere or on record that we've actually done this. And so that's the development of the different speed zones, the bridge weights. We'll have to go through a process with transportation of making sure that all of our signs are cataloged, which we're due for asset management anyway. But again, doing a blanket, here's where the signs are. And to follow up on that is putting in place some sort of, I guess, standard would be the best term for it, as related to transportation. So we have a lot of uncontrolled intersections within the county. And so what we don't want to necessarily do is create the ability, might be the wrong word, might be the right word. We don't want to create the scenario where council and administration start getting into a back and forth around, we want to sign at this particular intersection, but not at this one, or we want it at this one because somebody said so, but we've got a busier intersection that we don't put a sign at, and we start to politicize signs, right? So part of the process with that we'll work through with the transportation department is, do we have a threshold of when we start putting signs up? Is that based on we've looked at an intersection and because of the slope or the sight lines, it's particularly dangerous, or traffic counts or whatever that is, so that we have basically a science or a standard to say, to rationalize why we put up a yield sign on this intersection, but this other one is uncontrolled, right? And that gives some guidance to both council and admin around, you know, this is what we're gonna do, so we don't have signs kind of willy-nilly going up around the county, and preserve the relationship between council and admin with the delegation here. So that's, once the bylaw is in place, that's some back-end administration work that would have to occur over the next several months to put all of that stuff in place.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Petter?
Just a further discussion out of the discussion we've had here today, I'm just wondering council's feeling on getting them to write a letter to, in some way of mowing the grass or controlling the height of the grass in our hamlets, because there is multiple trains go through a day, 10 to a dozen some days, lots. And so I was just wondering what council's thoughts are or feeling is towards administration putting a letter together to CN to deal with their grass.
Would you like to make that a motion?
I absolutely would. Did we direct
Alrighty.
administration?
So you're looking for administration to contact CN Rail to see if there's anything they can do about hazardous, well, I wouldn't call it hazardous, I guess. I'm not making the motion, so.
The problem in Huxley isn't trains in motion, but it's trains that are stopped. Yeah, well, it's just sit on the
there
crossing,
running.
so.
Which they have been better, but. Yeah, I didn't talk to any of them. The two residents? Yeah. Within the hamlets of Kneehill County. Yep, that's good.
Okay, is that the way you would like the motion to read, Councillor Penner?
I like what I see.
Alrighty. We have a motion before us, move to direct administration to draft a letter to railway companies to request them to move their right-of-ways along the train tracks within the hamlets of Kneehill County. Is there any discussion to that motion? Preferably before winter, is that where we're going with this? Councillor Christie.
Do we need to add to mitigate the site and fire risk?
I think administration knows their thoughts here, but yeah.
Well, we are in a agricultural disaster here, which means it's very, very dry out, so, other than possibly today. Okay, so that is the way you'd like the motion to read? Okay, is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, our next agenda item, 5.4.2, Kneehill Area Fire and Emergency Management Mutual Aid Agreement. Welcome back, Ms. Grosfield, anytime you're ready.
Thank you, Reeve. Today I'm bringing to you the Kneehill Area Fire and Emergency Management Mutual Aid Agreement. That I'm asking that the recommended motion is that council approves the agreement dated August 2021 with the municipalities of Acme, Carbon, Linden, Three Hills, and Trochu for the purposes of mutual aid for fire and emergency responses within each other's districts. And so a bit of background here, upon the individual intermunicipal collaboration framework fire sub-agreements being accepted, the master fire agreement that all municipalities had signed together was rescinded. So these fire sub-agreements are now between Kneehill County and each one of the municipalities. The Kneehill Area Fire Services and Emergency Management Mutual Aid Agreement proposed allows for the mutual aid calls amongst all party jurisdictions. So for example, Three Hills can ask for mutual aid from Trochu, and so then, and vice versa. So Three Hills is the only one right now that has like a ladder truck. And so Three Hills would be able to go into the municipality of Trochu with that ladder truck. And then that also allows, not all equipment is owned by Kneehill County. Some of those apparatus is owned by those own municipalities, and so then they can, it's just a mutual aid agreement amongst all these municipalities. The Kneehill Region Emergency Partnership Agreement also references the Fire Mutual Aid Agreement and Emergency Mutual Aid Agreement to be entered into amongst the municipalities. So this, once that agreement was accepted, it also makes reference to this agreement that still is yet to be accepted. So discussion and options. So the first section describes the conditions of requesting mutual aid. The second, other agreements between the municipalities can remain in effect, such as the ICF sub-agreements. There is an indemnity clause, an insurance clause for equipment, liability. Number 6 defines the area that we refer to as the Kneehill area. The date that it comes into force, the term is 10 years to be reviewed in 2031. 9 is to withdrawal from the agreement. 10 is dispute resolution, which goes through first the CAOs and fire chiefs if necessary, then defaults to the ICF agreements and the dispute resolution process. And then Appendix A, there's no cost for services rendered. However, consumables might be invoiced back to the other municipality. So such as foam, that's always a big one. If foam is used by one municipality, they can invoice that out to the other municipality. Financial implications, no further implications as consumables would be recovered by the requesting party. Firefighting and emergency personnel costs are covered by the employers in their own workers' compensation. And council options are to approve the agreement as presented with changes or to send back to administration. I have heard from Three Hills and Carbon, I think and Trochu, and maybe Linden. I think they've all accepted it as is so far, so.
Oh, Councillor Christie.
Just a question on our mutual aid agreements with outside the boundaries of the county of Kneehill, are that separate deals on their own?
Through the Reeve, yes, we as Kneehill County can take apparatus between, those fire departments can take our Kneehill County apparatus outside through that mutual aid agreement. But if they were to take their own equipment, such as like Acme taking their own equipment out to Rocky View, they do have another mutual aid agreement. The Village of Acme has a mutual aid agreement with Rocky View.
And Mountain View, I do believe.
And Mountain View, yeah, they would have their own separate ones.
I guess I was thinking about Torrington and going into Mountain View. Yeah.
That's Kneehill counties, yeah, that's all Kneehill counties.
Okay, is there any other discussion? It's council's wishes. Councillor Kiever.
Drumheller isn't included in, or is that,
They're contracted.
oh,
They're contracted, correct?
Yes, they are. We have a separate agreement with Drumheller for fire services from 1988, and then another one from 1993. So we're working actually on updating that.
So what are council's wishes? Deputy Reeve McGee. There's a tie.
I'd like to make the motion to approve the Kneehill Area Mutual Aid Agreement dated August 2021 with the municipalities Acme, Carbon, Linden, Three Hills, and Trochu for the purposes of mutual aid fire and emergency responses within each other's jurisdictions.
Alrighty, we have a motion before us as is presented on screen. Is there any discussion to that said motion? Seeing not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thanks, Ms. Grosfield. I think you're still here, though. 5.4.3 RCMP and council priorities, and anytime you are ready.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm bringing to you today this RCMP and council's priorities in regards to the RCMP, and also some Kneehill County Protective Services information as well. So council moved to accept the RCMP quarterly report and Kneehill County enforcement report as presented is the recommended motion. The background is that we have 5 RCMP detachments serving our area: Three Hills, Innisfil, Drumheller, Bicycle, and Olds. All detachments have quarterly reports that they base on council's priorities. These were set in January 2021 by this council, and we've communicated that to the RCMP detachments. Staffing complements, we wanted to know whether or not they were fully staffed or short. Rural crime prevention, we want to know how much presence they have in the rural communities. Road safety, and working with the CPOs in delivering the enforcement and education through JFOs, which are joint force operations for your, Discussion as part of the accountability to our community, our CMP are providing councils with reporting on stats, community engagement, and community priorities. Drumheller, Three Hills, and Olds and Bicycers have all actually been attached now. Innisfils we didn't get. They are a tiny little portion up at the very top, but we didn't get those in time. Three Hills has also provided a report to administration on rural patrols that they've completed in the same quarter. So this is April 1st through to June 25th, and you'll see that I've pulled out some of our hamlets. Huxley has 38 patrols, Sunny Slope 17, Ellingham 7, Equity 10. So all of those reports are attached for the different RCMP. They all do. I find that their reporting is getting much, much better, and maybe it's because we are now paying for a portion of our CMP, but they have provided us with those community reports that are attached plus the crime stats. So you can definitely take a look at all of them. Again, I didn't compile them into one, but we're just compiling them into one RFD so that you can see them all at the same time to do that comparison. So in addition to that, we've also added some Kneehill County enforcement stats. So these are April 1st through to June 30th. So we have, under the Traffic Safety Act, we've issued 111 warnings and 84 tickets. 5 assist to agencies and departments such as traffic accidents and RCMP detachments for some of their files. 6 animal control files, and this is just within Kneehill County, 4 unsightly property files within Kneehill County, 9 other bylaw calls, and some of these include fire ban enforcement, 13 information calls, and some of these are referring residents to RCMP because we are getting some of those phone calls, and we're referring them to RCMP for criminal code information. We also do contract with some of the communities. So Acme and Three Hills, we actually have designated patrol hours in those 2 communities. The other ones are on-call basis. So we've issued 30 citations under the Traffic Safety Act, 29 incident reports, and these all include bylaw enforcement for those 5 different communities. And then again, 9 information calls, some of them referring to RCMP. And then Kneehill County Highway and Community Patrols. So this is only in July. These were just stats in July only. So over 100 hours of Kneehill County's rural roads and highways. And just to kind of, when they're doing rural patrols, we ask that they don't go on the double-digit highways. So for the most part, we're trying to stay off the 21 because that's a double-digit highway that we can't enforce on, right? We don't issue tickets on, so we're asking them to stay off of those roads. So they take the back roads out of town to get to the other communities, unless, of course, they're doing school presentations and they need to just get to that community. So just so you're aware. 84% of the 456 vehicles recorded were going the speed limit or less. 6 positive tickets were issued, and the interactions, we've had some good interactions with farmers assisting, some farmers assisting some broken down RVs that were on the roads and stuff like that. And we're still handing out some of the new flags for some of those equipment transports. Financial implications, so we do pay for a portion of the police funding now. This year's operating budget is $239,000. And of course, in the budget, you'll see that ever increasing. And then Kneehill County has enforcement services contracts, like I said before, with those municipalities for patrol hours and some contract on call for Carbon, Linden, and Trochu. So council options are to approve the recommended, approve the presentation, and ask any, I can always come back with further options as well.
Okay, does council have any questions for Ms. Grosfield?
No,
Go ahead, Councillor Penner.
no questions, just a comment. It is nice to see them all at once.
Yeah, good.
What are council's wishes? Councillor Penner.
I make the motion that council move to accept the RCMP quarterly report and the Kneehill County Enforcement Report as presented.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to accept the reports as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thanks, Deb. Question for you, Mr. Hogan. Are we moving on to our 3-year operating and 5-year capital forecast? Do we have someone here to present?
They should be on their way,
Oh,
and here they are.
there they are. Okay, next agenda item, 6.1, 3-year operating and 5-year capital forecasts. Welcome, Mr. McKinnon, and, oh, I'm gonna screw it up, aren't I, Marika? We'll just go with Marika. And anytime you're ready.
Council, as you can see, I brought the brains of the operation with me today, and Marika will be assisting where I can't answer some of the questions. So the first item we're dealing with is the 3-year operating and 5-year capital forecast. This is a relatively new requirement under the MGA, where municipal councils must annually review a 3-year operating forecast, which means the current year, which is 2021, and the next forecasted 3 years. Similarly on the capital, council must review what they approved in 2021, but also look on potentially planned expenditures over the next 5-year period. These are just forecasts, and there's no requirements under the MGA that commits council to undertaking or endeavoring these projects in the future. That will continue during the annual budget deliberations, where council will review both the operating budgets and the capital forecasts for those upcoming fiscal periods. Again, it's a planning tool the province thought would enhance the financial planning capacities within the municipalities, and it's just prudent to prepare forecasts to give council and the ratepayers an indication of what will be coming in the future and what pressures council has been dealing with. So this municipality, like a lot of municipalities in Alberta, have faced significant financial challenges over the last number of years. Council should be commended to deal with some of the significant financial pressures. Staff will be continuing to work with council to deal with ongoing pressures municipalities will have. Council is very well aware that during the detailed budget deliberations, the depth of information council receives during the annual budget deliberations is quite extensive. But this process here is just to give a high-level view of what the next potential 3 years will look like based on current information. So based on that, the forecast has been prepared, and there's various appendices dealing with each of the funding years, 222, 223, and 224, just to alert council that the changes in each of those tables are cumulative, and it all relates to the change from the 221 budget. So if you're looking at the 223 schedule, that does not, those impacts are not the change from 222 to 223. They're the changes from 221, which is our base year for the forecast period, to 223. And likewise, the 224 forecast would be the total from 223 to 224. Some of the more significant impacts, which council is very well aware of, that were also detailed during the budget deliberations, and I'd just like to spend a minute articulating those, is the police funding model. To date, in the operating budget, there's $240,000 budgeted over the forecast period of 222 to 224. An additional impact of 240 will be required to be built into the budget to deal with the police funding model. Another item is a requirement, or not necessarily a requirement, but the change of technology, the pace of technology change, and how the technology industry is moving away from buying software to using the cloud. Municipalities are impacted by that. That will mean that we'll likely be forced to do more computing through cloud technology, which means we'd be buying less hardware and basically buying it online. So you'll see a shift between the operating and budget and capital budget because of that, but no necessarily financial pressure resulting from that. In any given year, we have inflationary cost. The big inflationary cost relate to our core services that we buy as a municipality, which council really has little or no control over. Those items would be such as, insurance, fuel, utilities. Regardless of what council does other than operational effectiveness of our own processes, I don't believe council can control the world price of oil or the nature of disasters that are happening across the province that are impacting insurance pervasively around. And that's where the major pressures are coming in those areas. The cost of fuel and utilities, moving from sort of a carbon footprint to a more environmentally friendly footprint, it will drive up cost in the future. So, we're expecting significant increases in those utility costs over the next number of years. And again, allowances have been made in the forecast to deal with council's commitment to move to market wage rates, and those have been incorporated in the forecast. One of the more significant areas, and it's been a challenge for the last couple of years, is provincial policy changes, not only with policing, but there's been some recent changes to the MSI program, where during the current provincial budget, the province has announced that MSI funding will basically be cut for municipalities by 50% over the next couple of years. So that will be a significant impact. The council has been very proactive in maintaining our infrastructure. So the forecast has provided additional funding to maintain the envelope of funding that will be required for those infrastructure renewals in the future. Another little change in the recent provincial budget was the requirement now for municipalities to fund 10% of all disaster recovery claims. So that will be an additional pressure in the future. We have some recommendations in the next report dealing with monies we received from our 2018 disaster, but the approach we're taking from administration approach is we've reviewed the exposure of the municipality given our Similar to the soil map that council seen earlier, there's other mapping that looks at natural events that happen in certain locations in the province. And based on that, we're recommending in the next report that we do establish a disaster recovery reserve. But there'll be additional financing that will be required in future years to start funding the inevitable disaster that will occur sometime in the future. And we have experienced numerous over the last number of years. Perhaps the biggest was in 2018. So those are the appendices, and we'll just go through the appendices as we do it. And the last one is the 5-year capital forecast. So if I could just go to Appendix A, and that basically details the major revenue sources and the major expenditure classifications for the county's budget, the operating budget, and the 3-year plan is outlined in each of those columns. So in 2022, you see that there's a significant increase in cost of $1.3 million, which if it was totally financed through a tax rate increase would be around a 6% impact. The next year, there would be incremental cost of another $400,000, and then in 2024, at this point, forecasting another $200,000. So over that 2022 to 2024 period, right now we're looking just under $2 million of cost pressures, which would require over that total time horizon a tax rate increase of 8%. Obviously, administration during the budget deliberations would be providing other options for council to mitigate that potential and not solely rely on a tax increase per se. Appendix B outlines the major cost pressures that total that $1.3 million. On the revenue side, we are actively doing better cash management and as a result getting higher yields on our investment returns. So the forecast has provided for a minimum $50,000 increase in investment income over the forecast period. That is a very conservative number at this point. The county does have growth every year, which is good news. So we provided a minimum of $25,000 of assessment growth in each of those years. Again, on the expenditure side, there's various reductions and there's some significant cost increases. Police funding in 2022 will be another $80,000. In 2023, it will be another $160,000 above that. So that list here sort of articulates some of the major items. There are some special one-time items that are included in that forecast, and specifically with the one-time items during the budget deliberations, administration would be looking at mitigating strategies because of the nature of the one-time items. And those one-time items are the fire underwriter survey and items such as that. Again, we have some other policy items that are included in the forecast, and administration would be bringing back those policy decisions prior to the budget deliberations. Torrington Fire Department pay is like an example of ones that administration would likely want council direction prior to bringing it forward in a budget. So we'll be dealing with each of those. So you can see that there's various impacts, but the biggest impact there, which makes up almost half of the pressures for 2022, is the reduction of provincial funding of MSI. So administration has provided for a $660,000 contribution to reserves to mitigate that reduction of provincial funding. So that's a big question, and administration will continue to do work on that. As we get to the capital forecast, you can see there's still some work to be done. There'll be additional updates as staff update their master plans, update the roads network assessments. We do our asset management stuff. The forecast, basically, I'm saying, is a work in process, and as new information is brought in, we'll deal with that. One of the significant pieces of information that isn't in the forecast, which council is very well aware of, is the potential of the province revisiting the assessment model review. There has been no impacts shown on the implications of the provincial government re-entertaining the changes that they were contemplating with the assessment model. They've sort of put them on the hold during this forecast period, but in 2024 or earlier, it could rear its head again. But we have no indication of what the potential implications of that are for the county.
Just a question while we're on that subject, Mr. McKinnon. Currently, the oil and gas sector is enjoying a tax holiday on new installations. When does that end? Is that 223?
It's phased out. Again, it's, the big issue is when it does come back in, whether it
Yeah,
comes
whether
in,
it'll be assessed.
at what level it's assessed, because those assets are depreciating, so, and they're, because of the nature of the industry, it's not straight line depreciation, and it's accelerated depreciation. So that, even if it's a 3-year holiday, in reality, that may be a 10-year acceleration of depreciation of the assessment value that's occurring during that period. So it's not straight line by any means. So yeah, there'll be changes there, and
There could be a potential for that to increase the assessment at the end of 2023?
well, the assessments are booked now, but they're artificially reduced on the books. So that's the point I'm trying to make. Even if they do, when they do come on the books, it won't be as big as recovery and benefit to the municipal sector as one would think it would be.
Okay, you burst my bubble. Thanks for that.
Yeah. So the issue is, you know, again, the overall assessment model, basically the provincial budget says, just like MSI, some of those decision points will be announced when the budget's released on an annual basis.
Okay.
So there's not necessarily a firm commitment of it's a 3-year deal or a 5-year deal. Just like MSI, there is like a 5-year forecast, but the minister makes it clear that in the budget, it's not till the budget's adopted and the funding's in the budget that we're
Yes.
guaranteeing anything.
Okay, thanks for that, Mr. McKinnon. Sorry to break in.
No issues. Again, I won't go through the 223, 224 summaries, but you can see after 222, which has had some major pressures again, mainly dealing with, you know, police funding model, reduction in MSI money. That's a significant chunk of that 1.3 million. So there's some challenges. And again, this is a forecast right now. There'll be opportunities to council once we bring forward the 222 budget and future years' budgets to say there's smoothing potentials that we haven't reviewed. There's options that council and tools council will have to mitigate these potential issues. But on the converse side, these are what we know today. What may happen tomorrow isn't in the forecast. And we haven't necessarily crystal balled all the potential impacts of provincial or federal downloading and service alignments and those type of things. So it's sort of status quo in terms of service levels and the items that we do know. So if I could jump to Appendix E, which is on page 118, that is the forecast for capital expenditures during the 222-226 period. You can see at the bottom, so that basically articulates some of the individual projects, but it also articulates some of the sort of planned programs, such as our capital equipment plan, you know, our bridge projects. They're not identified as such. They're there as a funding envelope to deal with that class of assets. Of course, when we bring forward the budget, there'll be much greater detail. Just a couple little observations in the forecast. If we look at the capital equipment plan, in 225, you can see that there's a huge spike going from the 2 million sort of level to the 4.6 million level. That's as a result of some very costly specialized equipment, 3 graders, HVAC type trucks, some fire apparatus. So we have a administration group looking at the capital equipment plan. You know, one of the items that we'll be bringing back to that group is to look at potential smoothing of the forecast and the timing of, like, capital equipment plan in its totality. You know, what that group does is look at the current state of each of those apparatus. Can it be deferred? Can it be extended? All those questions. So it's still a working process. That's basically my message. But there are some significant pressures in the forecast over the next few years. So it sort of articulates the projects that are there. It doesn't articulate the projects that council may be considering to be added onto the list. So earlier on the agenda, council was dealing with the Three Hills East expansion. It is not in this forecast. So there'll be numerous other projects that may be contemplated by council or may be advocated for by administration that haven't made it into the forecast as of yet. So again, it's a working process, and council's consideration of this item today is really just for information to say, here's broad stroke, what level of capital expenditures are likely. The details of what council may approve in any of those years is still up for debate by council. And of course, as administration brings it forward and new information comes forward, the forecast will be amended. But at the bottom of the report, I'd just like to articulate that the funding sources, again, our current roughly $3 million of MSI will be dropping to $1.5 million a year. So that will be a hit. Our gas tax funding is relatively constrained, and since we've shown in the operating forecast additional contributions, we're showing them in the capital forecast as available funding, and that's yet to be determined in the future year's budgets. But that leaves a funding gap which would have to be funded from reserves and or tax rate contributions. I didn't add it up, but I'll sort of add it up quickly. Currently, we're putting in around $5 million a year, $6 million a year into infrastructure renewal. So you see in most years, we're relatively okay, but in some years, we won't be okay. And again, I'd just like to make council aware that this does not include the projects that may be under consideration. So that's in a nutshell. Again, it's a requirement of the MJ that council reviews and updates the forecast on an annual basis. There's no commitment at this point for council to undertake any of these projects, and that will be the commitments made during the adoption of the annual budget. So council's already adopted the 221 budget, and this forecast is basically for planning purposes and council's information to say what the future may look like given the pressures on the operating and capital expenditures for the next few years. But there's still work to be done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McKinnon. I guess we've checked that box. Are there any questions from council to the plan? Or yes, go ahead, Councillor Christie.
I was just curious on the solar projects, is there any grants available to do that stuff, or is that just?
Sorry, through the Reeve. A lot of these projects, there may be any, let me just phrase it in a positive sense, that staff will be pursuing any and all grants related to any of these capital expenditures.
Are there any other questions from council to the financial staff? Councillor King.
So I know in the 2021 budget and in the philosophy that we have, we sort of set a compensation for staff at that sort of mark at 50% or whatever. So in the forecast that you have here over the next 3 years, you're forecasting about 650 plus change of staff cost increase. So are those costs just associated with staying at that market position that we've sort of indicated we're interested in? Or is that addition of staff, or is that position changes and therefore compensation changes for staff within the organization? So can you kind of just break it down for
Sure.
me?
Through the REIV again, it assumes no change in staff complement. It's the existing model that council has approved to move to the 50% tile for the staff. So it doesn't account for movements within the wage bands. So some staff that are new in their positions may be at step 2 of their wage band. So there's a progression within the wage bands that's been built in, but it's all premised on that 50% model. No new staffing is in this forecast.
Just as a follow-up, then, what about movement from wage band to wage band? So promotional and those kind of things?
That is also accounted, and it's sort of a net neutral. So if someone leaves, it's likely the person coming in is starting at a lower step. So we would have some savings during that year. Likewise, the budget, when we prepare the budget, we assume that a natural rate of attrition, and there'll be, when we get to the next report, you'll see that we're underspent in salaries by just under 400,000. And that's because staff have left and there's a timing between they're hired and the like. But to be clear, the forecast does not provide for any new staffing initiatives at this point. Not to say that some may be coming forward in the future. But at our first cut of this, there was no indications from any of the operational areas that they would be seeking additional staffing. But that being said, this is the first year that they've had this challenge put in front of them. So, you know, the 222 numbers are probably solider than the 224 numbers, if I could leave it at that. So, yes, but to answer your question, it's basically status quo in terms of staff complement, and it's just continuing our march towards that 50th percentile market rate. But it does assume it doesn't assume it's the 2019, like 2020 rates. We've adjusted it to, basing the market will be increasing. So for instance, we do have a report that the provincial government produces each year that lists, it only deals with unionized municipalities in the province, but there's significant number of unionized municipalities in the province, and that gives some information about wage settlements across the province. And it looks back 5 years, but it also looks forward 3 years, because numerous municipalities have already settled their contracts for 222, 223, and the like. So we've used that data to put in a reasonable amount of what we expect our market comparators to move by.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Bill or Marika? It's a pretty comprehensive report. Thank you so much. Oh, yes, Councillor King.
Sorry. I guess I see your capital project forecasts and I see our contributions to reserves. One of the concerns I've had for a number of years has been sort of the lag or the reduction of contribution that we're making on the reserve side, because we have so many other pressures in the budget, and that's kind of one that we tend to walk away from. And I guess my concern is, I know this is just a forecast, but I think as a council and as a municipality, we're going to have to really address that long-term erosion, I guess would be the word I'd use, of our reserves and the contribution to those reserves. Otherwise, we're not going to maintain what we currently have, nor is there any room to add in terms of assets and management of those.
Through the REIV, I would support those comments 100%. So staff are very cognizant of that. In terms of this forecast, there's some items that are in the forecasted budget. We're hoping we will have positive news in the future, specifically tax write-offs. So we do have money in the budget, and the strategy in this forecast is any opportunity that we have to redeploy those monies, get redeployed into reinvestment in our asset base. So we're not reducing artificially our forecast. We're reinvesting that money to needs that are anticipated in the future, such as the depletion of our reserves. So if you look specifically in 2022, the contributions versus the withdrawals into the reserves, which is on the next report, they weren't equal. So we took more out of reserves than we definitely put into reserves. If you continue that trend long term, it has some significant negative implications for the municipality. Not only is there no money in reserves, our investment income declines, blah, blah, blah. So then you're under additional funding constraints. So either, some other councils in the province have allowed that to happen, which has meant they've been forced to defer maintenance, defer programs, defer reinvestment. Again, that will all have negative consequences on the state of good repair of our current assets and provide little, if no, flexibility to add new assets.
Councillor King?
Just as a follow-up, I guess, in some ways, because we're sort of struggling to keep our head above water, and we keep communicating this reduction of revenues from both oil and gas and from province side, somehow I think that the message that we communicate around this table and seem to understand around this table is not very well getting communicated to the ratepayers and the people who have, the most invested in the maintenance of that infrastructure. And so I guess what I'm hoping that we'll find some way of doing is being able to communicate that need to our residents and ratepayers and help them to understand why, as a municipality, we need to be looking to solidify that reserve position and the funding of those projects going forward in the future. We either go backwards or we go forwards. It's pretty hard to maintain status quo. So we're either going to move forward or we're going to move back. And somehow it's incumbent on us as council and the county administration to be communicating that message to our ratepayers. And I'm very concerned about the direction that we're going. And I appreciate the fact that it's recognized, but do our residents really recognize that? And I don't think they do.
And if I could just provide through the Reeve some general comments. Yeah, that's always the challenge administration has to, is to articulate the fiscal realities of a municipality. We're no different than a typical household. We got to replace our roof. We got to replace our plumbing. We got to do this, and we got to put money aside to make it happen. The challenge is the typical municipal household isn't worth $100 million. And so when the ratepayers see that we've got $20 million in reserves or whatever the number may be, it appears to be a significant amount. And I always use the analogy, and I'll use it today with council, that the federal government's announcing that they have a new $5 billion program going across Canada. Well, in reality, that means for every resident we have, we're getting $125. So if you look at the $5 billion number, it sounds spectacular. But when you break it down per resident, it's $125 per resident. And that's the reality of trying to deal with those big numbers in the millions compared to a typical household that doesn't comprehend that. If you got millions, like, you should be able to manage. But our asset base is, like, municipalities are assets. We're roads, we're bridges, we're parks, we're water systems, we're all these things that are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And we'll keep on making the effort to articulate that to our ratepayers. And I would say, as council seen through the budget deliberations, council is doing all that reinvestment, maintaining of the assets, and still has one of the lowest tax rate in, rates in the province. So very competitive tax rates. Our are still being maintained with the level of reinvestment that the current council has committed to.
Are there any other questions for Bill or Marika? Okay, what would council like to do here? Councilor Penner.
I'd like to thank both of you for what you present to us each time. It's a lot of detail, and but I'd like to make the motion that council approves the 2022 to the 2024 3-year operating and the 5-year capital forecasts as presented.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion here to accept the 3-year operating and the 5-year capital as it was presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, thank you very much. Now we're off to 6.2, quarterly financial reporting. And anytime you're ready.
Thank you, Reeve. Again, every quarter, administration prepares compliance report, information report for council and the ratepayers to say, where did we expect to be during this period of time and where are we in relation to our operating expenditures, whether the news is positive or negative. That's what we report on. So it's a performance report against where we anticipate it to be as a municipality in terms of our overall operating expenditures and revenue inflows. Again, it's a great planning tool for administration, and it provides council with, I believe, significant information to ensure council has an update of where we stand in terms of delivering the programs that council adopted during the annual budget process. So on that basis, there's numerous appendices and schedules, and we'll get to those. But on the operating side, there's a significant favorable variance forecasted to year end. Again, the approach administration is taking is not necessarily looking at revenues to date and expenditures to date. We're taking the next step and say, well, this is where we are today, but where do we really think we're going to end up at the end of the year? So it's a proactive forecast that, you know, looks at the current state, but predominantly focuses on the end of the year and where we expect to be. Because during any month or quarter, there could be ups and downs that may smooth themselves up. And at the end of the day, what's the end picture looking like? So on the revenue side, we're expecting at the end of the year to finish with some favorable variances. These are not sort of core revenues for the municipalities. These are all one-time events that do have a positive impact. Those items would be such as the gravel blitz, funding. We received a check for expenditures that occurred in 2018 related to local disaster in that year. We received money for PERC grants for taxes that council wrote off last year. So a lot of the one-time revenues we're receiving are not relating to the current fiscal period. They relate to previous fiscal periods. And we have a series of recommendations to deal with what administration believes is prudent financial motions to deal with those one-time revenues. So that's the major ones on the operating side. In addition, there's some other sort of minor ones that are detailed on page 122. We did receive a provincial grant for the ASB, which we were not anticipating, to the tune of $50,000. Again, we did receive FCM funding for our asset management plan that we did expect to get, but we have got it, and that wasn't budgeted for. It's, you know, administration takes a very conservative approach to grants. We don't budget for something until we have fairly solid expectations of receiving the money. If we budgeted for every grant that we applied for, we may put the county in a deficit position if those grants did not come to fruition. So that's it on the other. Some minor changes. Again, the overland flooding issue in 2018, we did get a grant of our cost recovery of $179,000. That by no means was the total cost of that event. Those were the eligible costs the province deemed to be reimbursable. Our costs were above that amount. And again, on the basis that the province will now be requiring on an ongoing basis municipalities to fund 10%, we're recommending that becomes seed money to fund future contributions by the municipality for future natural events that do and will likely occur in the future. So there's a recommendation to basically establish a disaster recovery reserve and that this 2018 payment be the seed money for that reserve. Again, as I mentioned, last year the province or the council wrote off a slew of taxes. We did petition the province to provide relief through the provincial education requisition credit. We did receive that money, but again, it relates to prior years. Those tax write-offs were funded from the tax stabilization reserve. We're recommending the council that the funds be replenished to that reserve. There's a few other little minor grants that were received in economic development, as one councillor constantly reminds me, is a dollar's a dollar, and it's all good news, whether it's 11,000 or 100,000. So it's all positive news. So that's that. Sale of goods and services, we're still sort of in the COVID regime. We're coming out of it, but that has meant that a lot of the normal activities that would be undertaking to educate and redevelop staff and do additional training and do other type of activities have not occurred, so we will see significant savings related to those activity. Again, the penalties and fine, as council, this is my standard line. If you look at the numbers for penalties and fine, they're significantly over budget. A significant amount of that money will never be collected. Again, that's delinquent tax accounts that are recurring penalties that will not be collectible. So we have mitigated those favorable variances for year end, saying it's not additional revenue that we will be able to collect, and administration will be dealing with potential additions to the tax allowance account to look after that, so we're not in a funding shortfall when council does write off those taxes. Again, we take a very conservative approach dealing with some items. We don't know who's going to connect with new risers during any year. We don't guess. We just allow it to happen. So we have 60,000 thereabouts of additional revenues in special taxes and frontage. It's basically 6 new hookups, which is great news. But we'll deal with that at year end too, once we know the totality of the variance there, positive variance. Return on investments, as I articulated, administration has alerted council in the past that we're emphasizing a better cash management approach for the municipality. That is in phase 1 right now. That has resulted or will result in additional revenues for the municipality, minimum 50,000 for the balance of the year. So that's good news. We'll continue that investment strategy. It's basically a year implementation to deal with. In a nutshell, interest rates will be increasing over the next, not likely in 2021, but late 2022, they'll start seeing increases in interest rates. Our strategy is to ride that curve and not lock in anything too long, and that will provide significant enhancements to traditional returns the county's got over the next few years. Again, the transfers from reserves are showing, it appears to be an unfavorable variance of 1.7 million, but it basically means we have under expenditures, and it all relates to the Torrington pit, that the totality of the gravel extraction was less than anticipated, so we spent less, so we'll not be withdrawing from reserves to the tune of $1.7 million. On the expenditure side, just quickly, a lot of favorable variances dealing with mainly pandemic-type stuff. You know, we're less advertising, less events, less community events, less community grants being requested because the community groups aren't at a place yet where they can actually come and petition council for grants to do various projects. So there's a lot of minor savings here and there, but it all adds up to $161,000. Similarly, in the materials and supplies, again, it's odds and sods here and there, and nothing really that sticks out overall. On the salaries, we're expecting favorable variance of close to $300,000, slightly higher than Q1 expected variances. But again, delay in filling staff positions, and I won't say a delay, but you know, it takes, you got to advertise the job, you got to interview, you got to do, there's a process. And as I mentioned before, some of the candidates that are retiring, they're retiring at the top end of the wage grade. It's likely that the new recruits won't be starting at the top of the wage band, so there'll be savings from the timing of filling the position, but there are also savings from where the individual would be starting on the wage grid. Again, the gravel inventory, favorable expenditures, but again, it relates to the revenue draw. Appendix C, which I'd like to jump to, specifically on page
128.
Yes, I think it was the Reeve that was correct in page 128. So this report basically outlines all the capital projects and operating projects and details where we expect them to be at year end. On the capital side, there's some projects that are slightly under, or sorry, slightly over, and they're over for various reasons. The biggest project is Bridge 1540. Administration previously verbalized to council that that was the bridge that normally we do 12 meters of pounding of the piers, and for whatever reason, additional that we had to go much deeper, which resulted in over expenditures on that project. And there's some similar issues with a couple of the other minor projects. The last column to the far right is over budget funding source. Given that these projects are over committed on budget, council has to deal with them one way or the other, either has to reallocate from existing projects or fund them from the various dedicated reserves. So administration is recommending that they be funded from the various dedicated reserves council has set aside for those purposes. In addition, if there are any projects at the end of the year that are significantly underspent, the funding source will go back. Somewhere in the report, there is one project, which is the Heskett Road. Sorry, I deal with that in the RFD. The MSI program, if I could reset myself. In prior years, the MSI was basically municipalities were released half the allocation, and once you committed certain projects, the other half of the allocation was released. Starting in this fiscal year, the province has basically said we're moving to cash flow related to all our MSI projects. So we're not releasing anything until you almost spend the money. So on that basis, we had a project funded, Hasty Bridge Highway Project, sorry, excuse me, that was funded from reserves. We are recommending to council that that funding source be amended from reserves to MSI, which would allow us to accelerate our draws from the province and use their money rather than using our reserve money. So we have allocations sitting at the province But until we basically advise the province that this project is funded from MSI now, they're not going to release our money. So this is a way of triggering an early release of the money to the tune of 2.9 million, which would allow us to put that money back into reserves. And so that's the financial strategy there, dealing with that item. So that is a specific recommendation that's in the report. On the operating side, there's a total of roughly 12 projects. There are no significant variances with any of the projects except for the gravel hauling, which is coming under, and of course the Torrington pit, which is coming under because of the scope of the project wasn't as expansive as initially anticipated. The last project is the Redland equipment removal. I think it has been verbalized to council in the past that the Redland grader shed acquisition happened, and that was provided for in the budget. There was some work required to take the legs off some of the bins. It's as a special project now. Once we get the proceeds from all the sales, that expenditure in this report is being recommended to be covered from the sale revenues. So we're treating it as a special operating project for now, but it's funded in the sense that it's funded within the overall surplus position of the county. But I believe the intent of council was to have that Redland sales proceeds deal with any of the auxiliary costs related to that shed acquisition and sales items. So that's the capital projects.
Mr. Reid, for a minute?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Penner.
Just while we're on project summaries, I was just wondering if we can always put a range road or a township road on the bridge files, please. It kind of, we do discuss it throughout the year, and then oh yeah, that, 9827, that's right, we had to go deeper with the pilings, and just, if you don't mind, just putting either a range road or a township road on that?
Yeah, and we'll endeavor to, again, it's a work in process, and we'll articulate those messages to the managers to make sure that they're providing us the intel we need.
I could go back and look it up, sorry.
No. Right. So we'll try to come up with more consistent presentation for its, readily understandable for someone that doesn't understand bridge file numbers. If there's no other questions on that capital summary, just for council's information, Appendix D sort of outlines where we stand in terms of our cash management. So we still have significant cash sitting with our main financial institution. Sure.
Excuse me, Mr. Reeve.
Go ahead, Councillor King.
So the gravel crushing project at Torrington, we did not complete it. They're coming back. Is that what I understand from you here?
The crushing part of it, yes.
The crushing.
So they'll be back September-ish or sooner.
Okay. Was there a reason why that got sort of chopped in the middle there?
My perception or understanding is just commitments based on the contractors that we committed to, and we will still get our expectation of what the contractor will still be delivered within the overall framework. But again, it's just they moved off-site.
We actually updated the amount that we were going to crush, so they're coming back to do the updated amount.
Right. So it wasn't a non-compliance issue related to the contractor. It was a mutual agreeable, this can work to both parties' benefits.
Are there any other questions for the Finance Department? Councillor Kiever.
On the overage ones, Bill, is there a magic point where where you look at this overage and say this isn't going to happen? I'm looking at the sign one here. It was 10% over. Would you you see that as a concern while you're doing the books, or is that just normal, let's continue on?
We're currently having that discussion internally, and it is a concern because council's approved this amount, and our policy says we should not exceed that amount. Part of it is the integration of that information flow between the people actually committing the money and me at the end of the day having to sign a check knowing the work's been done. So there's some improvements that we'll be discussing at the extended management group to facilitate better project control and information sharing. So we're not presenting the bad news. I'm not presenting bad news for things I have no control over. So yes, there's better project management practices. Yes, there's better ways, and we're exploring numerous opportunities to enhance our availability, not only to stop projects from being overspent, but if there's opportunities to achieve cost savings within the overall project, we should undertake those too. So if it means we sacrifice one little thing in the project that isn't going to compromise the overall project, well, that's probably, in my opinion, better than overspending and asking for forgiveness later. So anyways, it's a dynamic thing that we're working on. But yes, all staff recognize that we do have a policy of council that says if we're going to exceed those aggregates, we should be getting council authority prior to committing the money. Some of the projects, it's very difficult, such as that one bridge where the pilings are happening, contractors on site. It's not really, there's no opportunity to efficiently come back to council that week to deal with that issue. So again, the CAO is working with the management staff to improve our processes.
Does council have any other questions for the finance department? Well, it's quite the quarterly update. Sounded more like the Sermon from the Mount, but.
If I could just briefly, Appendix D, which is on page 129,
Okay.
is some fairly positive news. We're basically using our current financial institution, and our base rate of return there is 0.7. And you'll see that as we develop our cash management, we will be achieving returns significantly above that benchmark. So that is a work in process. And likewise on Appendix E, which is the reserve continuity, the positive news is based on the information on the project report and based on Councillor King's comments, you'll note on that table, the second column from the right, projected surplus, we will be returning roughly $1.3 million of projects to the reserves, which is good news. And in addition, there are a series of recommendations coming forth in this report that will add money to additional monies to reserves. Until council approves those motions, we have not reflected them in this schedule. So that, through the reef, concludes the presentation of the operating and capital variance investment / everything else in the kitchen sink report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McKinnon. We have a number of motions coming forward with this report. I guess before we get to those, does anyone have any additional questions for the finance department? Councillor King?
I guess I'm just following up on Councillor Keever's earlier question. On these bridge files, did we approve some of this prior to the expenditures occurring? No, we have not, eh? Okay, because some of those are pretty substantial overages.
That's correct.
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Yeah, to follow up on that, some of the process stuff that Bill talked about is there's some things internally that we need to clean up. In a couple of those as well, well, we did make council aware of that. We never did achieve the formal motion authorizing that we were going to be. We made council aware there'd be that significant additional expenditure, but we had nothing on the books actually saying, yeah, do it. And so we do run into some of the process timing. Internally, there was a gap there as well that that was instructed to come back to council for that and didn't make it back to council prior to this report. So there's a couple things there that internally, administratively, we do need to clean up.
I guess, yeah, in my mind, I remember having some conversation, and I didn't remember whether we'd actually committed to the actual expenditure or knew what that expenditure was going to be. And so when Councillor Keever brought up the signs, it also highlights the fact that we're contributing about $370,000 additional to capital projects, particularly bridges that weren't previously approved, so.
I think we're trying to eliminate those speed bumps at the bridges, the drops. All right, if there are no other questions, we do have a number of motions that are recommended from this. What are council's wishes? Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to approve the creation of a disaster recovery reserve and that the contribution of $179,090 be approved related to the DRP funding received from 2018 overland flooding.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us to approve the creation of a disaster recovery reserve. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move that we approve a contribution of $134,997 for PERC funds received to the Revenue Stabilization Reserve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve a contribution back into the PERC funds. Well, back into the revenue stabilization using that PERC money that we've already paid out once before. So is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Councillor Keever.
I move that council approve a contribution of $107,000 for revenue related to the gravel blitz, to the gravel reserve.
Okay, we have a motion before us to contribute back into the gravel reserve as shown on screen. Is there? Yes, and discussion.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor King.
Thank you. So we had an estimate of what kind of uptake we thought might come from our gravel blitz. Are we happy with where we are in terms of the progress of that program, or is it a significant shortfall from what we anticipated?
Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, I think in the grand scheme of things, we're satisfied with the first uptake. You know, if that borders on unhappy, you know, obviously we would have hoped for a bit more. Being the first time that the program was out there, the advertising period, I think we did okay. We'll have another one this fall, which we'll see what the uptick there was. But I don't know that we would be disappointed or happy, but at least satisfied as a starting point for for reducing our stockpiles of that particular gravel.
Yes, Mr. McKinnon.
As the CAO's articulated, the sales of gravel are not over for the year. So if I could suggest to council that the motion be amended just to say that any sales related to the gravel blitz be contributed to the reserve. And then at year end, we'll confirm that exact number. But it's just really the intent. If we do, council does the 107 now, we'll be coming back with an additional contribution later. So it's really up to council can do it either way.
Okay, would that be looked at as a favorable? Yeah. Friendly amendment? Okay, I'll wait for that to come up on screen. Okay, would that be the motion we would like to see? Mr. Hogan? Would that cover us off?
I believe that it would, yes.
You would agree to that, Councillor Keever?
As long as it doesn't drop below 107,000.
Okay, so you want that added?
No, I'm fine with what's written there.
Okay, so you're good with the motion as is? All right, I will read the motion out. Move the council approve all contributions received in 2021 for revenue related to gravel blitz to be placed in the gravel reserve. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Councillor Penner.
I make the motion that council approve an additional drawer of $367,081 for the reserves detailed in Appendix C to fund capital projects which are over budget.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us as appears on screen to approve an additional draw of $367,081 from reserves. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Councillor King.
So now I'll make the motion that council amend the funding source for the Hasty Highway project from the bridge reserve to utilize MSI funding in the amount of $2,900,000.
All right, we have a motion before us to amend the funding source for the Hasty Highway to utilize MSI funding. Any discussion to that motion? Councillor Christie.
Just a comment. We have rumble strips on the south end of that highway, but not on the north end. Is there a requirement there or not?
I would have, through you, Mr. Reeve, I'd have to look into that. I don't know that there's a requirement that indicates we need to have rumble strips, but I'd have to pose the question.
I've had a couple ratepayers saying, how come we did the south end, not the north end? Because it's somewhat of a blind corner from the east.
It might relate back to traffic flows or, I don't know, I'm not an expert on this, but have you got any comments, Mr. McKinnon? No? Okay. All right.
My comment would be is on the existing Gore portion of the highway, there are no rumble strips approaching that corner either. Yeah, yeah.
Guess they don't want you to shake up your coffee going north, just south. All right. So we have a motion before us, and that's to deal with the funding for that 2.9 million. Is there any other discussion to that motion? I see none. I call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move that we receive the quarterly financial report for the period ending June 30th, 21 for information.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to receive the quarterly report for information. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Marika. I guess our next agenda item is 6.3, Public Tax Auction. Welcome, Ms. Severson. Thought I'd fit you in before lunch.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Glad to be here today. Bringing to you an RFD for and an update on our public tax auction that we held in May. On an annual basis, the county reviews all properties that have been in tax arrears for more than 2 years and offers those parcels for sale. And you set the reserve bid and the public auction date and time. The 2021 tax sale was held on May 27 with Roll 322-634-45100 on the docket, which is the legal description provided in the recommended motion. There were no interested parties that attended, and there still has been no contact from the owner. This parcel is located in Torrington and since has had numerous inquiries since the tax sale date. We are recommending that we proceed as per County Policy 1616, which requires council to declare the parcel as surplus lands, and then administration will proceed as per Policy 1616 to dispose of that surplus land. If we are able to dispose of it, then our tax arrears get paid. We get a small administration fee on top of that, and then the balance still gets held for the current owner to claim at some point in the next 10 years.
Are there any questions for Ms. Severson? Councillor King.
So we've taken title of properties before that have caused us grief. There's no underlying hidden issues in this property that we need to be aware of?
Not that I'm aware of. There is an old mobile home on there that would have to be removed most likely by any purchaser, but at this point in time, if we were to take the title, we would just have to maintain the grass and stuff, and those costs get attached to the tax roll as well.
So just as a follow-up, I guess the next question would be are we certain there's enough interest that that property wouldn't remain in our hands for a very long period of time?
From the phone calls I've received, I believe we will be able to sell it in due course.
Councillor Penner.
If there's no more discussion, I'd like to make the motion that Kneehill County transfer the title of Plan 5591 FI, Block 6, Lot 4 to Kneehill County pursuant to the Municipal Government Act, Section 424-1.
Okay, we have a motion before us to transfer the title to Kneehill County. Is there any discussion to that motion? I guess I have a question. If that title is not transferred to the county, what happens with the unsightly bylaw, the grass cutting, that kind of stuff?
We have to follow our bylaw and
So we're still on
send
the hook.
letters, do all those things that have to be done to the owner. And once that's all completed, then we can be in a position to do the maintenance if required, and then put the cost to the tax roll. So we would have to continue to do that process every time.
Okay. Good. Are there any other questions for Ms. Severson? Seeing as not, I will call the question to transfer the title to the county. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that we declare the parcel located at Plan 5591 F1, Block 6, Lot 4 as surplus and directs administration to sell the property as per the disposition of surplus lands, policy 16-16.
All righty, we have a motion before us to declare it as surplus lands and to sell the property under our policy. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? Okay, and that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Have a nice day, Carolyn. We want to go into recess? Anybody interested in recess? Yes, okay. I don't know, we'll find out. Okay, we're in recess. thing that I've got two granddaughters that are watching the proceedings. So hello Harley and hello Kinley. Our next agenda item is 8.1, Bylaw 1846, Procedural Bylaw. Mr. Hogan.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Reeve, to council. This is there was a motion or a follow-up item on the council task list around bringing the procedural bylaw back. As council will recall, when we started getting into the COVID pandemic, we made some alterations to the procedural bylaw with the intent of bringing it back when we were, quote, done COVID. I don't know that we'll ever be done COVID, but we brought the bylaw back for council to consider if you'd like to change parts of the bylaw to reflect their previous form, or if you'd like to keep them as is. We've put that in front of you, as well as a number of other changes. We felt that since the bylaw was coming back, it made sense to review all parts of the bylaw so that we would be able to, sorry, my computer decided to do something else. Okay, so we decided to bring back all parts, to review all parts of the bylaw in an effort to not have to continually bring it back to you. If we were going to bring it back and update it, we felt doing it all at once would make the most sense. So the main changes, without going through the bylaw verbatim, is to allow the live streaming of Committee of the Whole meetings, which is a topic coming out of prior Committee of the Whole discussions, to have the Committee of the Whole package available to the public before the meeting. So this would then put the onus on to make sure that that happened. Coming out of the discussion at the Committee of the Whole meeting, if you visited the county website, the past minutes and agendas from Committee of the Whole have been uploaded onto the website now, so those are accessible. To replace procedures that were removed, added to facilitate live streaming council meetings to meet all regulatory requirements during COVID. A number of textual amendments that are intended to explain and clarify parts of the bylaw. The amendments made to the MGA state that names are no longer required of the persons attending a closed meeting, at least not to be recorded. So we've reflected that in the wording. Again, stemming from council discussion, is add to the Deputy Reeve role to include that they will now be the chairperson of the Committee of the Whole meetings. Having public hearing agenda package available to council before the public hearing, so you have enough time to review all submissions before the hearing, and Carolyn and Barb work together to simplify the public hearing process as well. And so you see that change reflected in the bylaw also. One of the parts of that is making sure that we're recording the names of people who made a verbal submission during a public hearing, and remove the part whether they were in favor or in opposition to the proposed bylaw. Another change to remove section 21.2 A and B, which states adjourning time is no later than 4:30. There is no legislation that says a meeting can't go past a certain time. So again, that's an item for council's consideration. As you're aware now, if we have a council meeting and we're approaching 4:30, you need a motion to continue past that. We're suggesting for the few times it happens that we maybe don't need to do the formal motion. The meeting just goes until it's adjourned. There's also nothing stopping a member from putting an adjournment motion on the table as well, if so desired. All councillors before being, this is one again stemming from a council discussion, is all councillors before being appointed to a council committee or board must sign a statement of code of ethics and conduct form that's attached to the adopted councillor code of conduct and ethics bylaws. So what that means is that when you have the organizational meeting each year, if a councillor had chosen or refused to sign the statement saying that they would abide by the code of conduct, they would be ineligible to be appointed to committees. There are a couple of committees they would still be members of by virtue of being councillors, such as Committee of the Whole. So that is, again, the proposal that's in the bylaw based on council discussion. It is, of course, if council wants to go other directions, you have your choice to amend the bylaw and to move forward in the direction that you feel is fit. And so I'll conclude the initial presentation there without going through every wording in the proposed bylaw, but it was part of the package, and Carolyn and myself will field any questions from council.
Does council have any questions for Mr. Hogan? I have a question on the last point there, all councillors before being appointed. currently the MGA says that we need a code of conduct, correct?
The key word there is currently, yes.
Yes, because I hear there's some scuttlebutt going around that might change.
So what through you, Mr. Reeve, what the province has put forward as a discussion item as part of their red tape reduction is eliminating the mandatory requirement for municipalities to have a code of conduct bylaw. So council recall that was put in a number of years ago as a mandatory component, saying municipalities had to have it. Is the province is looking at removing that mandatory component from the MGA, so then it would be an optional.
So we would still have the option to enforce this.
My knowledge as of today is that it would become optional. I don't believe there would be anything prohibiting you from having a code of conduct. Ultimately, if a municipality, or I guess in our case, if we chose at some point in the future to not have a code of conduct bylaw, then this bylaw would need to be revisited for that reference.
Okay, and I have one other question, and it might be in here, but currently, before we go back, okay, our current code, procedural bylaw allows us to be in closed session virtually. Is that going to remain?
Yes, so I will go, I'm just looking for that section of the current bylaw. Maybe as I'm talking, Carolyn can look up the specific section. What we're wanting to do is, understanding that this is kind of part of the new world, is to allow that ability, but to put some constraints on it so that the individual would have to ensure that there was some sort of security with where they were at. You know, if you were at a second residence, or you were in a hotel that was, you know, if you were secure in your room in the hotel, does that represent a danger to that information getting out, versus if you were sitting in the hotel restaurant with people floating by and anybody available to hear? So in one case, we said, you know what, you definitely don't want the one scenario, and that's part of the discussion. Does the other scenario represent an issue for us? And that's, again, part of the discussion here.
So that would be to the ethics of the counselor who is sitting in a position where he's in closed session, but he has to make sure that he or she has to make sure that it is a secure place. Okay.
But in the procedural bylaw, it does allow the chairman to deem that inappropriate and then remove that person from the meeting.
Under 13 4E, location is secure, appropriate for council interaction, public viewing, and free from outside distractions.
Yeah, but ultimately that would be part of the ethics of that particular counselor to make sure that that is the.
Yeah. So if we follow under that section, so E, as Carolyn stated, the location is secure, appropriate for council interaction and public viewing, and free from outside distractions.
Okay.
If we carry that down to clause 8 of that same section, the chair has the sole authority to deny the use of the electronic meeting location if, in his or her opinion, the location is disruptive to the council meeting, is in his or her opinion not secure, or is in his or her opinion located in any place deemed inappropriate. So the chair of any meeting, and actually as I read that, we probably should change that to, we should probably eliminate the word council in there, because there is the opportunity that this could come into play during a committee of the whole meeting as well.
Okay.
So if we just put it as the meeting, then anything that the meeting would apply to, then the chair would have that ability, whether it's council, committee of the whole, potentially ASB.
Okay, so then that would be an amendment to the bylaw 1846. If we take out council meeting and just replace it with meeting. Would that be considered an amendment?
Yeah, and we would, there's a couple areas, especially in that number 4, Carolyn, we'd likely have to make the same amendment.
Okay. Councillor King.
So clause 6 in that same one talks about the fact that the chairman must physically be present. In the current circumstance with COVID, because we weren't all meeting here, for the most part, that was possible. What if we were in a circumstance where none of us could actually physically be present in the facility? Would that then cause us to have cancel the meeting?
In the current wording of the bylaw, it would. So there likely is some amendment that we can do to that clause indicating that if there's something similar to a force majeure clause, if, you know, although I was gonna say if we had a massive blizzard and an emergency going on and council needed to meet, chances are we don't have the electric capability in the county to do that anyway. But the scenario could be there in a case like that. Or if there's massive flooding, you might want the ability to have, you might want some ability to have an entirely electronic meeting. And you have your choice if you wanted to make that carte blanche, like it's just a thing that you could do, or if there were going to be, you know, in special circumstances, it could be done.
I guess I'm of the opinion that if we can physically be present, we should be. And so I would like to think that the use of electronic and other communication to attend a meeting would be the exception rather than the rule. And so this no longer says that you can only be, I guess it didn't say that before either. You could attend electronically to any number of meetings as long as council was okay with that. So how do we encourage physical presence rather than, because I know not all of us have the same capability electronically, and I'm not pointing fingers at anyone specific, but we've had cases where, for instance, we've had to drop somebody who had come in electronically because it just wasn't working. And I think all of us have probably been in that circumstance where we've been in a meeting and we've had to drop out because our internet service just wasn't enough. And so it became disruptive, so we've just left the meeting. But I don't know. I personally think it's important to be in the room, look each other in the eye, engage in the conversation, and contribute to the discussion that's going on. And so I would certainly like to see us be encouraging physical attendance at meetings if we can.
When it comes to 13.6 there, I honestly think the chair should be in this room. Being rural, majority of us have bad internet, and I think whoever's chairing it should hear everything, not in and outs and parts of conversation. So, and if the chair for some reason can't make it because it's flooding in their area or whatever, he reaches out to the vice or something to try and be in a facility that has much better capability of internet service so that they hear everything. Because there's no way I would chair a meeting from my place. No way with the internet service that we have. It's so in and out.
Are there any other questions, discussion? I would agree the chair should be present in the building. I think that's the way it was previously.
Like, and I think just a further note to this, like, I want to thank you all for participating in this room, because there are still councils that are not participating in their chambers. And I think we have carried on as a productive council, because we've all been in the room, and I just feel that that's more productive than if you're Skyping in or whatnot else, so.
We're just fortunate enough to have the space that we have here to be able to distance ourselves using the old recommended 6 feet away, so. But that's not to say that won't come back. So with the amendments that we're looking at, would it be wise to table this until we come back with the new one, or are we just going to anticipate that these amendments will be part of this?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Reeve, if there are going to be amendments like that, as in these ones and any other ones that we may go through, is I would encourage council to maybe give consideration to first reading and perhaps not go further than that.
Okay,
Similar to what we've done with the traffic bylaw.
yeah, that's where I was trying to head with this, so I'd like to see it. And there could be other things that come up as we think more deeply into this subject. Oh, I think we had some really good thoughts, and I do believe that there might be some more coming forward, so. There is an advantage to being able to participate by video conference, but that being said, it's actually a real advantage to be able to participate in person if possible, so. So what's council's wishes? Councillor Penner.
I would like to see us give first reading to this and just continue to revisit it. But today I'd like to make that motion that we give consideration for first reading of Bylaw 1846.
Okay, so we have a motion. Provide first reading of Bylaw 1846, that being the bylaw for the purpose of regulating meeting procedures for council and council committee meetings. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And we are moving on. Our next agenda item is 8.2. Just trying to find it here. Pardon?
We don't have far to go, do we?
We don't have far to go, I don't believe. Okay, where the heck is 8.2?
FCSS.
There we go. Three Hills 2021 FCSS Community Discovery Night. Mr. Hogan.
There we go. Through you, Mr. Reeve, the item that's been before you, as seen in the package, we've received an invitation to attend the FCSS Three Hills Community Discovery Night. This is an event that they do generally every year, looking at what is available in the community. The county has had a presence in the past, and so the date this year is Wednesday, September 8th at the Three Hills Curling Rink from 5:30 to 7:30. And the request is that council authorize the attendance of one or more members to attend the Discovery Night as part of the county's delegation.
Thank you. Volunteers? Okay, I've heard it.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking that the peace officers will be in attendance. They usually attend in the past. Okay.
Yeah, we would, through you, Mr. Reeve, we would have to confirm which staff are attending, but yes, in the past, generally the peace officers have been there as well.
Yeah, it usually works out pretty well. They have some goodies to give away, and there's quite a congregation shows up at that table. So from what I've gathered, we have two volunteers, Councillor King and Deputy Reeve McGee. Someone want to make that a motion? Councillor Penner.
I'll make the motion that council authorize the attendance of Deputy Reeve McGee and Councillor King to attend the 2021 Three Hills Community Discovery Night on September 8th.
Councillor King.
I'm just wondering, Councillor Hugo may wish to attend that as well? No? Okay.
No committees.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. Yep.
Okay, so we have a motion before us to authorize attendance of Councillor King and Deputy Reeve McGee to attend the FCSS Community Discovery Night on September the 8th. Is there any discussion to that motion? That being, I don't see any, so call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. 8.3, Kneehill 4-H multi-club request. Mr. Hogan.
To council through you, Mr. Reeve, this is a request received from the Kneehill 4-H Multi-Club, and they're looking for some funding to help cover the cost of hosting the 4-H archery camp in Carbon. It's a new event for the 4-H club, and as per policy, we are bringing this back to council to make a decision on. There is, with this type of request, there is money in the money in the operating budget to finance this, should council choose to.
Okay, does council have any input that they'd like to share? Questions for the presenter? According to the letter, there seem to be coming from quite a distance. Councillor Penner.
This is a provincial event, and I think this is great that youth is starting to get, or being able to attend these functions and events. And yes, Kneehill it must be their turn to host, or we're one of the ones that are set up with a great archery pavilion down in the Ag Society or in the curling rink in Carbon. So I'm thinking that's why Jody is organizing it. I have no problems with supporting it. Like I said, I just think it's great that youth are being able to attend some of these camps. And if you have the opportunity, go down and have a look how it's set up, the archery range. It's really good, pretty cool.
So are you willing to make a motion?
Nobody else has any comment? I'll make that motion that the council provide sponsorship to the Kneehill 4-H Multi-Club in the amount of $500 to help cover the costs of hosting the 4-H archery camp in Carbon.
Okay, we have a motion to help support the 4-H for the event at Carbon. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Yes.
Just for clarity, it did say in the letter that they've welcomed me to attend that event. Just, you know, that's just something I'm doing because I'm interested, and I didn't want that to be formally acknowledged or anything. So in case that was a question, somebody looked at that letter.
Thank you. Okay, our next agenda item, 8.4, Justice Minister meeting attendance. Mr. Hogan.
To council through you, Mr. Reeve, this is again a retroactive approval that we're requesting from council. So as council is aware, there was an opportunity to attend an open house or a town hall, pick your term, with Minister Madhu regarding the RCMP and a provincial police force in whatever amounts he chose to talk about them in. We did have a couple members of council attend. This again is the formal motion from council that we're requesting to authorize that attendance. Again, it would be a retroactive attendance given the time frame that the opportunity came up in.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. Are there any comments, questions from council? Yes, Councillor Christie.
I'd make the motion to authorize the attendance of Reeve Whitstock and Deputy Reeve McGee to the Justice and Solicitor General meeting that was held on July 23rd, 2021.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to authorize attendance. The meeting that was already held. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. 9.1, disposition of delegate business, community business investment program. Is anyone prepared to take this? Mr. Hogan?
Through you, this is again based on the delegation the council saw earlier in the meeting. Administration is looking for council direction as to what you would like to do with that program. So you heard the details of the program earlier today. If council chooses to move forward with the program, then what you'd see at probably the next meeting, but at a future meeting, would be the policy framework governing our participation in that program. So how it would actually work, what we would do, that sort of thing. Just as a note, the amount that is anticipated for inclusion in this program has been included in the approved 2021 budget already. So if council chose not to go forward with the program, that's simply money that wouldn't be spent. If council did choose to go forward, the money is already approved in the budget, and administration would return at a future meeting with the policy framework.
Okay, are there any questions for Mr. Hogan? So that 2,700 would be used to rebate the interest portion of the loans.
Yes.
And I do believe a number I saw was 398 or something, $400? 789. Okay. What are council's wishes? Councillor Christie.
I guess part of the underlying part of that is the training and direction they get from the staff. It's invaluable. They've been very successful on that, so I would make the motion to direct administration to proceed in partnering with Community Futures Wildrose to implement the Community Business Investment Program and direct administration to bring the associated policy to council for decision.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to direct administration to proceed with the partnering and direct administration to bring the associated policy to council for decision later on. Is there any discussion to that motion? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'm curious to know if we're able to designate a specific type of business categories that we would consider, or is that just too much work? But I believe I'd like to see us target ag business and those types of things of what we want to promote surviving here as opposed to controversial ones.
Councillor King.
I guess the screening is going to be done by Community Future Wildrose, and if we have a legitimate business within the confines of our municipality, I don't know that I'd want to be picking winners and losers. So if we're going to go forward with this, I think that anybody who's got a business that's legit and goes through the vetting process that Community Futures is going to put them through and gets approved, I would like to see us support those businesses. And it's rural-based businesses that we're targeting, so our residents are taxpayers. So.
Councillor Christie.
My comment to that would be also that small business lots of times supports ag in their yard.
Is there any other discussion to that motion? So what we're dealing with is actually businesses that are within the confines, okay, they are in Kneehill County, not within the municipalities within Kneehill County. So these are strictly rural businesses.
That would be our part of it, but it's also being proposed to the towns and all the other municipalities in their program, so.
Yeah, but those would be funded through the towns.
By the towns or wherever their business location is.
Yep, whatever, yep. Okay, is there any other discussion to that motion? I do not see any more discussion. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, 9.1. Council and committee reports. Well, I guess I'd have a verbal report on the meeting with Minister Madhu in Munson. There was, what would you say, 60, 70 people in attendance? A lot of RCMP higher-ups were attending. Nate Horner was, well, Minister Horner was emceeing the meeting for the first part. He had a previous commitment, so he had to leave. It was a meeting that not a lot of substance came up. There was a lot of concern about rural crime. Promises were made that there'd be more detachments, more boots on the ground, and the costs would be less than what they are now. I'll leave that up to everyone else to figure out how that works. But it was nice to have the opportunity to intermingle. I got there early, intermingle with Minister Horner and Minister Madhu. And it was worth going and listening. You were there, Deputy Reeve McGee. You had anything to add?
Well, I thought it was interesting to note that one of the comments that was made by the minister was that he cannot seem to get any communication with the federal level of anything regarding the province when it comes to the RCMP, and he's strongly putting that as the justification that we're not able to communicate with the higher ups of the system, and he feels that as Justice Minister, if he doesn't have an opportunity to communicate at the federal level, then that's really just not servicing Alberta well, and that was his biggest point as to why he thinks this is a great idea. I thought that was an interesting piece of information. Yeah, otherwise, yes, I liked being there. I asked him what collaboration will be happening while we make this decision, and whether or not he's collaborating with other ministers across the province, and I don't think he understood what I asked, so no, they're not.
Anyone have any questions for either Deputy Reeve McGee or myself? Oh, Deputy Reeve McGee.
And the other thing I wanted to share too is that it was really apparent that the people, the residents and the ratepayers that came were trying to really pull the message through that this is not a problem with boots on the ground. This is a problem with the justice system, what happens after they're arrested and so forth, and that they're targeting the wrong piece in solving the problem.
Yes, further to that, I would, yeah, I see those sentiments exactly. No one was there to trash the RCMP. Everybody thought the RCMP were doing a really good job, as best they can do, with the amount of boots they have in the ground, with the detachments and stuff, but it comes back down to the open, revolving door of justice. Any other questions, concerns? Somebody like to make a motion to receive council and committee reports for information? Councillor King?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to receive for information. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We have a council follow-up action list.
Mr. Reeve, I just have a question regarding where we are in terms of communication with the Orkney Water Co-op. We're still waiting for them to respond. We haven't heard anything back. No conversation at all.
No, at this time, the ball is in their court.
As to motion number 16621 to deal with RMA FCM lobby for cannabis production within municipalities. At the last meeting that we had here Friday with Central Zone directors, was brought up that there is already a resolution on the floor that's been voted on. It's current until 2023. Are we still looking to produce another resolution deadline September 15th of this year. Are we still looking to go in that direction, Mr. Hogan?
At this point in time, to fulfill that motion, we are. One of the things that I would suggest is we can follow through on that with the research and to see how close that is to the wheatland resolution. If it is close, then there's probably not a point in putting it forward. However, if we deem that there is some significant difference there, then it might still be worthwhile.
Okay.
So I had looked up the wheatland motion before, and my impression is that we would likely come out with something different. But I'm actually just in the process of going back to find that motion, so it'll be part of the consideration.
Okay, very good. Just wanted to confirm that we're still headed in that direction. Are there any other questions arising out of the council action list, follow-up action list? Councillor Penner.
So if nobody has any other questions, I'll move that council receive for information the council follow-up action list as presented.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us to receive for information the council follow-up action list. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. I do believe that brings us to the end of our agenda. We have nothing in closed session, I believe. Am I correct on that assumption, Mr. Hogan?
That is correct.
Okay, well, then I will adjourn 12:55. Thank you, everybody.